Well, good morning, and happy Easter to you all. I hope you're having the best long weekend. Adam and I we were out in our gardens yesterday, weren't we?
Oh, it was gorgeous yesterday, wasn't it? It was a
spent
surprise.
the whole day out there. It was absolutely
it was heaven.
gorgeous. Well, I hope you're having the best Easter bank holiday weekend. Be honest now, who had chocolate for breakfast this morning? I did. Did you?
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh, you're so good.
I did have half an Easter egg last night, though.
Oh, well, that counts.
Yeah.
That's all right. Right, so you are joining us here in our amazing potting shed. You are watching YGTV or YouGarden TV. That is us. Adam has joined us in the potting shed.
Hang on, I've forgotten something.
What have you forgotten?
Bear with.
I
Sorry.
know exactly what he's forgotten. Are you ready for this?
There we go. I've got a light.
Here he comes.
Yeah, here we go.
Yes. We've got our own Easter bunny in the potting
it is
shed.
Easter,
You're
so
not allowed to
come
get us
on.
off for the full 4
That's
hours.
fine, I'm happy. Keep them on
Good,
4
good.
hours. Yeah. Actually,
right.
I can hear a lot better now.
Let's run you through just a few of the things that you need to know before we tell you about all the amazing things that we've got coming up. The first thing is that whenever you make a purchase with YGTV, we are going to give you a free gift. Now, this week's free gift, and this is the last opportunity to get this free gift because it does change next week, is the gorgeous, the beautiful Sarah Bernhardt peony. Now, peonies are amazing. They are long flowering. You can have them in your garden for decades. This one is particularly special though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to last 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. This is a spectacular plant. Incredible double pink flowers with flecks of other colour in there as well. Wonderful fragrance. A hardy plant, a disease-resistant plant. And, sometimes when you see giveaways, I call them lazy giveaways. Yeah, when they're not giving you anything really, they're just giving you something naff. This isn't naff. This is one of the most sought after and loved peonies in the world.
It absolutely is, and we were bringing it to you as part of our shows very recently, in actual fact, worth £9.99, and it was very popular. I am surprised we're doing it as a free gift because honestly, as an item that we sell, it normally does incredibly well. But there we go, you can actually get hold of this. Now it's one per order, not one per customer, one per order. So if you want to get a couple of these, all you have to do is place a couple of orders. On that fact, if you get your order to over £40 and use our code, there is a special code down there, you can see it on the screen, YGTV1324, it's really important. If you use the code, get your order to over £40, we will take away any postage cost included. It's basically one postage cost per order, and I think the maximum is £6.99 today, but if you get that order to over £40, we can get rid of that postage entirely. YGTV1324, that is the most important code you need to remember. When you place an order, there's a little box that says, do you have an offer code? Yes, you do. That is it. That will add the Sarah Bernhardt peony into your basket. That will give you your free postage over £40. That will give you your double up deals, your buy one, get one free, your buy one, get two free. That's what you need. That code unlocks all of them. And we also have an amazing club that I'd love you to become a member of. There's over 40,000 members and it gives you 10% discount. I'll run you through the details of that later on. But there's another box that says, do you want to save a bit more money? And that's to join the club. Costs just £5 to enter. I'm going to stop talking.
That's more Easter eggs, isn't it, if you can save a bit more money?
Hey, absolutely.
More plants or more Easter eggs.
Adam has my way of thinking. He does my kind of shopping maths. And
yeah.
I really... I love how these keep flopping every time you make a movement.
It's more money to spend.
Yes!
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that kind of maths. Right, let's take you over. We're going to get started, shall we? Let's talk about oleanders. Oleanders. We've got a buy one, get one free on our oleander bushes. Now, these are the shades of pink. Adore these, because these are going to make you feel like you're on holiday.
Well, the thing is, they're already flowering.
They're
8-9 inches tall, already covered in flower buds. So right from the start of the season, you can have those oleander flowers. They're only going to get better. They're only going to keep flowering as well. Evergreen foliage on that as well, which is great.
I love the way it grows upright as well. I really like that kind of upwards growth.
Yeah, they're really easy to grow. I mean, they're hardy down to about -5 as well, so they're hardier than what people realise. If you're in a really cold area, just grow them in a pot somewhere. But wherever you grow them, full sun. That's what they absolutely adore. In fact, my mum has had a pink flowering oleander in her garden outside non-stop for about 5 or 6 years.
Wow.
And it's in a corner. It's in a sort of in a corner of a building. outside where
nice
the two
and
walls meet.
sheltered.
Yeah, but even the fact we had really cold winters, it's got through, and it's about 6, 7, 8 foot tall now, and she's kind of pinned it to the wall, and every year it's just an explosion of these incredible pink flowers, and that's what you're going to get with these. I mean, you're just going to get that joy, that colour, and also that feeling of like you're bringing the abroad, the holiday feeling into your own garden.
Yeah, absolutely, because oleander, if you've been to some of the lovely Mediterranean, hot, gorgeous countries, you'll recognise oleander. I mean, I haven't been for a while, but maybe next year. Maybe we can afford to go next year. But you will see these growing wild, basically. They grow freely along the sides of roads. And that actually is a really important thing for you to understand, because they grow freely there, but it is a hot country, so you think they're not going to grow well here, but they actually do.
Yeah, and they really, really are drought tolerant, and also they're more frost or tolerant than you realise as well. Because I've been lucky enough, I've been to Italy 2 or 3 times, and I went to a place called San Gimignano, which is kind of called the ancient Manhattan in Italy. It's got all these huge, great big stone towers. And I remember just in the area outside it, there were these huge oleanders, probably 6, 7, 8 foot tall. But they had a winter photograph of San Gim, and it was all covered in snow, really deep snow.
Wow.
And these oleanders
were
covered in snow. But when I got there in the summer, they were flowering away beautifully, gorgeously. So the bigger they get, the tougher they get, and they will go down to about -5. And sometimes, even if they do sustain a little bit of frost damage, all you've got to do is trim them back in the spring, they reshoot, and off they go again.
That's it. They're quite resilient and they're quite handy. They will come back for you. The quality of these are amazing as well. They do come to you. We're working with an amazing breeder. They're based in Sicily, in actual fact. There is a waiting list to get to work with this breeder. I think we had to wait a couple of years to be able to get on their books. I think the waiting list is incredibly long, something like 10 years wait list now to get on their books. But they are the absolute best. And this is why we're working with them. A family business. The quality of the oleanders that we are bringing you is incredible. We've potted a couple up. Thank you, Craig, if you're watching. Our lovely Craig, who helps us out with the shows, he potted these up for us. Obviously, as these grow, you won't need to underplant these at all because they get nice and full and you get all the flowers. But it just gives you an idea of how beautiful these can look.
Yeah, I mean, and they do look stunning. And as you say, the quality of the plants here, leaves all the way down, right down to the base of the stems. Already 4 or 5 branches on each plant in the pot there. Flower buds on the end already. And we're only into the end of March, so as soon as you get these out into the sunshine, look at the root system.
Yeah, I love taking plants out of the pot and having a look at the roots.
See, that's all the indication you need to know about the quality of these plants. When you see that white fibrous root system, especially this time of year, that is such a good indicator. That's a happy plant. That means that plant is already growing, it's already well established. So as soon as you get it into the pots, the beds, the borders, troughs, wherever you want to plant these, they're going to establish, and you're going to have just that gorgeous, unusual, Mediterranean, tropical kind of feeling in your garden this summer.
Absolutely. Well, it is a buy one, get one, absolutely free. That's my favourite kind of shopping to do, where you get something free. So do make sure that you enter the code. So put one into your basket, enter the code YGTV1324, and then another one will magically appear along with your Sarah Bernhardt peony. Now, here's the interesting bit. Yes, of course. So this is our website. On here, look, 1 for $29.99. You can get 2 for $54.98. Or you can get 3 for $89.97. But we are going to get 2 for $29.99. It is a buy one, get one free. That is our special code that you have by shopping with us direct at YGTV. So if we go to our basket here, what we can see is Stu's put 1 in. He put the code in already, so we've got our freebie. We've got our Sarah Bernhardt peony in there as well. And we have an amazing deal on this tower planter, and I'm a big fan of the tower planter. I've got 4 of them in my garden. They're normally $29.99 each, but not with us. You can get them for $19.99 if you buy 2 or more. So that's brilliant, isn't it? And look, that's what I was talking about. On the right-hand side, can you see where it says save a further £8, become a YouGarden Discount Club member? If you click on that, it will add your club membership to your basket. It costs £5 to join the club. So, if you're saving £8, you're already £3 better off by joining the club with that order today. But that club membership lasts you for the full 12 months. It is on auto-renewal. You can cancel that auto-renewal at any point. It's just that £5 for the 12 months, and then you get 10% discount every time you place an order with us, and that's even on the compost. It's on the pots, it's on the plants. It's amazing how much money you'll save by joining that club. Over 40,000 members, can't be wrong.
And I remember you saying, Bex, as well, if you sign up to that now, even if it goes up next year,
very true.
Still stays the same?
Well,
same price.
He's good. There is the small print, which most people want you to avoid. We want you to read that small print, because if we ever put the club membership up, you will only ever pay that £5 if you go for the auto-renewal membership. You'll only ever pay £5. Constant will renew at that. So do remember, please, use our code, because that's what happens without it, look. We've got one in the basket. It's $29.99 and it's $6.99 postage. £36.98. But if you put the code in and apply that, exactly the same price, but we've got a free oleander and we've got a free peony. And if you just tip your basket up over that £40 mark, we can obviously lose that £6.99 postage. Add some compost, you're going to use that. Maybe add one of my favourites, which is our beautiful Euphorbia. Or we've got a lovely kitchen bay bush. It's only about $7.99, I think it is. We've got some great deals on pots and planters coming up. So stay tuned, because we're going to show you all of those.
And that Euphorbia would go superbly well with these oleanders as well, wouldn't it? Because you've got the colour contrast of the foliage. They're both evergreen. Whoa, amazing.
It'd look amazing. All right, so also, if you do want to pot your oleander, we showed you our little display down there where we've potted our oleanders. These are the Diablo planters, the brown, I hate that description, brown planter. These are beautiful. They're the gorgeous square planters. They are really, really pretty. You can see those pots are wet. It's leaching into our rug there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're in a potting shed, it doesn't matter. They have this lovely design to them. It looks like a sort of hammered metal at the top and a kind of stone resin finish at the bottom, but they are made of plastic, really durable, really lightweight.
And just the shape as well, that kind of curve. The tapered look. They're not just square.
No.
I mean, they've got curvature, they've got shape, they've got, the rim at the top is a different colour to the bit underneath. And honestly, even when we're as close to these as we are, you cannot tell these aren't the real thing.
Yes.
I mean, I used to, and I say this all the time, I used to hate plastic pots. I would never have plastic pots in my garden, because I remember the time when you used to see the seams down the side, and then you could see the bit of plastic where they come off the blow mould, and they just look really cheap and horrible and tacky. Now, you just can't tell the difference. It's not till you pick them up, almost, that you realise.
Certainly with ours, and I've seen some other plastic pots in garden centres recently that you can tell are plastic pots, and they're charging quite high prices for them. Not with us here. They do definitely look like the real deal, I was going to say. They look like stone, they look like ceramic, they look like high-end kind of design of pots, but they are good plastic. They're UV stabilised, frost-resistant, designed to last for years, and you definitely can't tell. And it is a double-up deal that you're getting here. So with a double-up deal, it's a bit different to the buy one, get one. Buy one, get one, you put one in your basket. With the double-up deal, you put two in your basket and enter the code, and that's where you then see the savings appear. Excuse me, so the code is YGTV1324 if you are looking to go for the Diablo planter, the lovely square finish. Shall we move on? Let's talk about some busy Lizzies.
Oh, do you know what? I love busy Lizzies. Busy Lizzies, again, they're like begonias. They're one of those plants that always do well in a British summer, especially if it's cool and wet and damp. But even if it's hot and dry, if you keep them watered, they still look absolutely amazing, and they just flower for month after month after month after month. And they are those kind of bedding plants that you just plonk in and then you do nothing, practically nothing. All you do is water them and feed them and leave them. You don't need to deadhead them. You don't need to prune them. It's literally plant them and enjoy them for month after month after month. And you can take cuttings of these and you can take them through the winter if you keep them somewhere frost-free. You can turn them into houseplants if you want to. You could have these on the windowsill as houseplants. In fact, I used to do that as a kid before busy Lizzies became popular bedding plants. When I was a kid back in the 70s, everybody used to have the pink
Surely not
busy
in the
Lizzie.
70s. Surely it was the 80s.
I wish. But yeah, everybody used to have the pink busy Lizzie as a houseplant, and I used to just take loads of cuttings and then plant them out in the garden in the summer. Now, you don't have to worry about that because there's so many fantastic varieties of Busy Lizzy. These ones are mildew resistant as well. There was that problem 4 or 5 years back with the mildew infestation that kind of wiped them all out. These are mildew resistant, so you've not got to worry about that. And also, these are the super double flowered ones as well. In fact, I was talking to Bex before the show about a little miniature rose, and these look like little miniature rose flowers on these Bex, don't they? Like kind of just got that little look to them. You know, when you get the little tiny rosies, I don't know, in the supermarket, and then that little 9-inch pot with a bit of cellophane around them. Yeah. That's what those flowers remind me of. But look at that. I mean, that is just a pure ball of colour that all you've got to do is water and feed and just enjoy it. And these will start flowering probably from the end, well, not probably, they will, from the end of April all the way through until the frost. I mean, they are just spectacular.
Yeah, and I love the colours that you've got in there. There's that beautiful kind of white colour in there. You've got the hot pink and you've got that gorgeous red, and they work beautifully all, you know, mixed in together in the basket there, don't they? They come to you in our little greenhouses. So the packaging that we bring you, by the way, is all fully recyclable. They are labelled on the front, so you can see which colour is which. There's a label on there, and then they correspond to the letters on the front here, so that you can see if you are specifically planting certain colours in certain places, you do know which is which, so you can colour coordinate your garden if you want to. When they arrive to you, you do need to show them a little bit of love, a little bit of attention, because they will have been obviously in their greenhouses, in a dark box for a couple of days. We water them well before they come out to you. There's a whole team of people here that when they're sort of packaging all the products up, they do make sure that they're all watered well before they come out. But obviously they'll have been in the dark for a few days. So you just need to show them a bit of love. Open them up, put them somewhere nice and light, a bit of water, and leave them really. Let them settle. Yeah,
let them settle. And in fact, probably what I would do as well, I would probably just pop them on into a little 9-centimetre pot. I mean, you can use yogurt pots, you can use old margarine tubs. Honestly, just make a few little drainage holes in the bottom. Yeah. But just pop them on into just something about 9 centimetres wide. Put them on a nice bright windowsill. Doesn't have to be sunny all day. They're quite good for shady positions as well, Busy Lizzies, which is good. Yeah, and just kind of grow them on a bit, and then about the end of April you can start to do what we call hardening them off, which basically means put them outside during the day, then bring them in at night. Do that for a couple of weeks, then you can leave them out for a couple of nights, bring them in, and then after that, once we get into May, you can leave them out permanently.
That's it. Stick them outside. So you can go for just the 6 if you want to, and that would be £9.99, or we do have a double up deal available for you. So remember, with double ups, you put 2 lots in your basket, and do put 2 lots of 6, because I think there is an option where you can put a 12-pack in. But don't do that, because you'll pay more money, basically. You want 2 packs of 6. I think Stu said maybe the 12 are sold out, so hopefully you can't make that mistake. But just in case, make sure you're putting 2 packs of 6 into your basket, because that's where you're going to get the best deal, OK? And the double up deal is just £14.98 for 12 of those, and obviously you will still get your 10% discount if you are a club member on there as well. Now, you can get in touch with us today. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook. We're live on our website. You can join the chat on YouTube. You can join the chat on Facebook. You can also email us, because we have a lovely email address that takes you straight through to Stu, who's in the shed just that side there. He's our controller. The email address you need is ygtv@yougarden.com.
He tries to control us. Sometimes
he does tell me off sometimes.
We go off on a tangent, don't we, sometimes?
So if you want to send us any messages, if you've got any pictures you want to send us, tell us what you're doing in your garden, share all those pictures. We'd be really happy to see them. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Penny. Good morning, Philip. And good morning to you, Sean Ryan, who's having a lovely day off with family today. And who says John? John says, loving the Easter bunny ears.
Yes. I wonder. Yes, I'm getting a word in my ear.
This is John.
Yeah,
your John.
My John. Yeah, I guess it's my John. Hi, John. Happy Easter, fella.
Good morning, John.
I'm Jenny and Gerald. Happy Easter.
Right, let's move on, shall we? We're going to talk about... Oh, yeah, please do send us your pictures. I really love seeing your garden. Send me some pictures, please.
We had some fantastic pictures last week.
Oh, we got some already.
They were really uplifting last week.
They were, weren't they?
Yeah, they were brilliant.
Right, we're moving on to Sedum. This is one of the ones I've actually got in my garden. It's an incredibly versatile plant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those plants. I always give an example. Do you remember when you was at school? Yeah, and there was always that kid in the classroom that was like really brilliant at sport, really academic, super good looking, really popular.
Yeah, not me.
You know, not me either. I was a nerd. You know, and everybody loved them, and they were just, they could sing, they could dance, they could play the piano, they could pirouette, and not exaggerate, but this is that plant. This is that sedum. This sedum has it all. It's evergreen, so it looks good all the year through. And not only is it evergreen, it's ever gold and evergreen. So you've got that kind of bicolour look to it. You've got those yellow flowers as well. It is super, super drought tolerant, super, super hardy. Will grow on really poor soils, stony soils, gravelly soils, sandy soils. And it just is a lovely plant for rock gardens, for scree gardens. You might have one of those little alpine sinks that you've planted up and you put little alpines in there. Look fab there as well. Great for hanging baskets, for pots, troughs. And what is really bizarre about it, Bex, is when you look at the ones in the pot that we've got there, it almost looks as if we've got 2 or 3 different plants in each pot.
I know. But it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's just, basically, it just comes down to the age of the foliage. So, the younger the foliage, the more pinks and yellows and whites you'll get. And then the older the foliage, then it goes to more of a green colour. But you always end up with that little edge as well, that little variegated edge that still gives it.
Edge. Yeah, it really makes it pop. It does. Makes it stand out.
It does make it pop. And even on a winter's day, this is still going to look really nice. This is still going to look really, really pretty. And again, good root system on there as well. You can see the roots hanging off the bottom of that pot there, just wanting to get into the ground and establish itself. And these will grow pretty much anywhere in the garden. Ideally, sunny is good, but you know what? These would be good for a windy garden because they're quite low growing. Seaside garden, really exposed garden. But yeah, just a super easy plant to grow, but just really, really rewarding, just so many attributes.
Yeah, they really are. And when Sean was here during the week, we were sort of saying that actually the sedum with the Euphorbia might actually work really nicely together.
Yeah.
So we'll come to the Euphorbia soon, by the way. Big fans of that. Another one I've got in my garden. I mean, my garden is basically a YouGarden garden, so I will say about it. I've got this one. It is going to. I am going to bring it in. But yeah, maybe the Euphorbia minus Merlo, because you've got that beautiful kind of lush Merlo red burgundy foliage, and then these underneath. I think that combination would be absolutely amazing. You get 3 of them, and you get 3 of these as well, so it's perfect amount.
Should we put them together later on?
We will do.
We can sort of, just
definitely
show what they look like side by side.
When we do the Merlo, we'll take them over with us. So it is, you are going to get all 3 of these, and it is a huge saving we're giving you on this one in actual fact, because it's £17 saving here. If you go for these, it's £12.97. It should be £9.99 per plant. But it's £12.97 for all 3 of these,
that's
which
insane.
I work that out to be £4.30-something each.
Yeah, that's amazing. For such stunning, unusual, decorative plants.
Yeah.
I can see some garden centres easily charging £6.99, £7.99 each for those plants. Because when it's something a little bit novel, a bit unusual, a bit distinct and a bit different, sometimes they hike up the prices, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so versatile, as you said, like rockeries. I've got them at the front of borders, just softening the edges where it spills out over onto the slates that I've got edging there. They work beautifully in a pot all by themselves. Totally hardy. I planted them, I've done nothing to them. I've just left them to their own devices. This is a thrive on neglect kind of plant, isn't it?
And it is one of those plants that will thrive on neglect.
Yeah,
you
totally.
just leave it. You don't need to. I mean, you don't even really need to prune it, to be honest. I mean, just let it gradually sort of move sideways and just create a nice little cushion.
Cover, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely little ground cover. And sometimes what sedums can do when they spread out, they can send out little roots from the stems, and they kind of layer themselves or root themselves into the ground.
Yeah.
So then you can always cut that little section away.
I was saying this because you can divide them.
That's
can't
it.
you?
Yeah.
You'll be able to divide them
spread
and
them about if you want to.
Yeah. Love that. Okay, so it's 560609. I think that's one that could easily be overlooked, but could actually be incredibly, valuable in your garden for offering that contrast and things. So do consider adding the sedum into your basket. As I said, 560609. Make sure you enter the code. Otherwise, you're going to end up paying £9.99 for each of those, and we don't want that. We want you paying £4.33 for each of those. Just £12.97, and obviously 10% discount if you are in the club as well. Happy Easter to you, Sam, as well. well. Thank you so much for your message. That's really kind of you. Oh, she sent us some pictures earlier on in the week. Yes, I remember seeing your garden, Sam. Thank you for sending those. And do send us your pictures if you want to show us your garden, if there's anything you're proud of, if you've got any questions. Maybe there's something, you know, you're not sure of what to do with in your garden. Have I got, you know, is there a problem with this? I was asking Adam questions this morning.
Yeah.
There's a tree I couldn't quite identify in my garden, and Adam's identified it for me, which is brilliant.
Although I do sweat a bit when people kind of does.
So do I.
It kind of puts me on the spot.
Am I going to know the answer to this question or not? Because some things we know, some things we don't.
Gardening is such a kaleidoscopic subject, isn't it? I mean, it's
you can't
massive.
be an expert in everything.
No, you can't.
You can't have grown everything.
No,
but we do our best between us,
We do,
don't we?
absolutely. Of course we do, yeah, definitely.
All right, let's move on, because this one was an incredibly popular one for us during the week. This is the longiflorum, the lily, the white heaven. There is something so beautiful, so pure, so classy. It's dead classy, that, as a white lily. Yeah,
I mean, lilies are one of my favourite flowers. You know, I love lilies, I love freesias, I love carnations. And these lilies are fragrant as well. These are super, super fragrant lilies. And just that pure white flower there with those slightly recurved petals at the end, and the way the flowers just slightly droop down as well, on top of that gorgeous, super, super lustrous foliage as well. These are knockout, aren't they?
They really are.
Knockout. You can see there, they do very well in pots, lilies. Great way to grow them, because then you can actually, when they flower, you can take that display up near the patio doors, and on a sort of a warm summer's evening, oh wow, that fragrance.
I grew loads of lilies last year in pots. I did exactly that, because my borders are just a bit shady.
Yeah.
Also, the kids play football, so lilies do get destroyed. So yeah, anything I want to not get destroyed, I grow them in pots and put them on the patio, because kids can't hit the football at them there. Yeah, I grew loads of lilies, all in pots, and you're right, that fragrance that lifted through the evening air.
Just after dark, it sort of kicks in, doesn't it?
Now, if you have bought, what are our dark lilies called? You know, the black ones we've got?
Oh, the calla lilies.
No, not the calla lilies. We've got the black...
we had this before, didn't we?
Yeah, that's it, Landini.
Landini.
The Landini, we've got those ones that are kind of almost black, the kind of burgundy colour.
Yeah.
If you've got those, which I have... Perhaps you want to consider getting these as well and growing the two things together, because the black and the white will look incredible.
Yeah, that would be mind-blowing, actually.
I just got to remember which pot I planted the black ones in so that I can plant these with them.
That would be fantastic, to get that kind of mix of colour there.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just such a contrast. That would look spectacular. But if you want to grow these in the garden, again, you know, lilies do very well in beds and borders. Lilies like to be planted quite deep as well.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, they don't want to be near the surface. They want to be sort of 5-6 inches deep. And what lilies like when they grow in the garden, they like to have their bulbs nice and cool and moist, but they like to have their flowers up in the sun. So they're really good for planting in herbaceous borders. And that's what I've done in my garden. I've got a north-facing border on my in my garden. And when everything gets growing in the summer, everything's about waist high. It's like a jungle. But the lilies, they love it, because they come up. I don't see them initially, and then suddenly I see them start to come up above the foliage.
Yeah, that's good, because they're nice and cool at the base, and then they just rise up at the top.
And they get above the foliage, and they flower above the foliage. And each year, they seem to get bigger and bigger and more happy. So that's that lilies. That's where lilies do really, really well in that. Don't start.
No.
That's where lilies do really well in that kind of position.
Really well, don't they? And these ones, okay, so there's a whole range of lilies out there, but these ones you get multiple blooms on each of the stems. This isn't one lily flower per stem. You will get multiples, and they can average between something like 5 and 9 flowers on each of these stems once they get nice and established.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, the first year you'll get probably 2 or 3 flowers on these, because the great thing about when you plant a bulb is there's always that embryonic flower in the middle of the bulb. So also when you plant a bulb, you plant a promise. You plant the promise of that flower that will come. And because we're sending out quality bulbs as well, you know you'll get some flower this year. But you say, Bex, once they mature and those bulbs get bigger, because lilies, they don't actually like to be disturbed. So in the first year, they kind of nestle in and kind of get happy. And then the second year, once they're established, boom, off they go. And they'll come back year after year after year. Really easy to look after. You could actually grow a couple of packs of these. Some you could have as cut flowers.
Yeah.
Bring them indoors, have them as a cut flower. Others, as I say, you could put in pots or beds or borders. But just something classic about the white lily.
I think they're beautiful, they're pure, they're gorgeous. Now you can get 20 of those bulbs delivered to your door if you enter two of those into your basket and take advantage of our double up deal. So double up, you'll get 20 for £14.98, or you could just go for one pack if you want to, get 10 bulbs home for £9.99. But if you are doubling up, just make sure that you use the code YGTV1324. I want you to get the best savings possible. By shopping direct at YGTV, you're already doing that, but we have more savings as long as you use our code. Every week it changes. This week it is YGTV1324. Now then, oleanders. These are proving to be very, very popular. They were always quite a big seller for us here at YouGarden. It is a buy one, get one free. They're a very good size. They're really nicely established in their 15cm pots. They're going to give you the most beautiful displays this year, next year, for many, many years to come. Just put one of them into your basket, put in the code YGTV1324, and we will put the next one into your basket for you, absolutely free. You'll also get your Sarah Bernhardt peony free, because that's our free gift with purchase today. Ah, the Glimmer collection. These are so pretty. Really, they're really gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm actually growing bees and Lizzies from seed, which is quite a challenge actually. So my advice would be
get the plug plants.
Get the plug plants, because I spent quite a lot of money on this packet of seed.
And it's tricky.
And
Yep.
they've been in 3 weeks, and I've got about 5 plants come up so far. So yeah, I should have learned the lesson really.
Absolutely, we'll double up. You can get 12 of those home. 410528 is the item number. £14.98 for 12 of those. You could just go for the 6, but obviously the best value is in that double up deal. Next is our Sedum, the Atlantis. Really versatile plant, great for ground cover, loves a sunny spot, doesn't mind a shady spot, works beautifully in rockeries. You could mix it into your borders. It's a wonderful foliage plant. You get lovely kind of frothy, kind of almost yellowy, limey green coloured flowers on here as well, but it is massively about the foliage. Rockeries, borders, gap filler, ground cover, incredibly versatile. And wasn't this the one that won the Chelsea Flower Show?
2019.
2019.
It was, Chelsea Flower Show Plant of the Year.
Plant of the Year, yeah, which is that is an amazing accolade for it to get as well. £12.97, you'll get all 3 of those included. Now, one thing you are going to need, I already know I need to place another order, because I'm running out of it again already. I spent the day in the garden yesterday. I was top dressing a few pots that haven't been given a bit of attention, so I was adding a bit of extra fresh, lovely new compost in. I went through a bag and a half just doing that.
Well, I did have 8, and I'm down to 6. So I'm
you're
still
all right at the minute.
I'm still okay for a minute.
I'm down to, well, I've got a bag and a half. But I know that come the time when I need to plant out all of my dahlias, 32 of them have survived. I planted 34, 32 are growing.
Your dahlias are amazing.
2 I overwatered and they rotted. So I've had to get rid of those 2. But that's not bad. That's 10%. That's just under 10%.
No, honestly, that's incredible.
But yeah, I'm going to need loads of this once it comes time to start planting all those things outside. And this is the best seller here at YouGarden. Above everything else, this is the best-selling item. And over the years, I just want to point out the amount of 5-star reviews that we've got. There's hundreds of them available on the website right now. You can go and read all about them, seriously. If you've never tried this compost, we are here to tell you that it is the best compost that you will ever try. And it's so important to give your plants the right compost. You might be, like I once was, Adam's going to kill me when I say this, I'm just waiting for the death stare. It's just dirt, isn't it? It's not. This is the thing. I used to think that. Obviously, I was incredibly wrong, and I hold my hands up. It is not just dirt. Just like we need to feed ourselves our 5 a day, we know how much happier, healthier, better we are if we give ourselves our 5 a day. It's really important for our plants as well, isn't it?
It is, because say if you was all you ate all your life was I don't know, chips and beans, you'd be in a poor state, wouldn't you?
You'd be a bit windy as well.
You would, yeah, indeed. But I mean, yesterday It was a gorgeous day, not everywhere, but where I live in Swaffham, it was a much nicer day than they predicted. So I was inside my greenhouse, I had the greenhouse door open because it was so lovely and warm inside, and I was transplanting helichrysums and statis, these bedding plants I'm growing. And they were tiny, tiny little seedlings. So I had my little dibber and I was like, taking each one out. But the good thing was I had all my little pots filled up. And because this compost is just so sumptuous and lovely and kind and forgiving, it was great because I just got my dibber, made a little tiny hole, just dropped the little seedling in, gently pushed the earth around it, the compost around it, and I just knew straight away that those seedlings within a couple of weeks are going to be doubling, trebling in size. They're going to be full of vigour. They're going to be healthy. They're going to just fill the pot with roots. And that's the great thing about using this compost. You just know you're going to get those fabulous results. You can't go wrong with this compost.
As soon as you open the bag as well, don't you? Because when you open the bag, the smell that you get is beautiful.
Well, that's the thing.
There is something so fresh, so lovely. You can tell by the texture how light, how breathable, how airy it is. But it's packed with ingredients, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this is a massively reduced peat compost as well, but there's elements in here to also hold on to the moisture, so this doesn't dry out really, really quickly, which is important. But also, you don't want the compost getting really wet and heavy and claggy, so you've got that composted wood fibre in here. That also helps the water to percolate through, so the compost never gets too wet, never too dry. And also, there's a wetting agent that makes the compost super absorbent, like kitchen towel. So it wants to suck in the moisture. In fact, again, when I went into my greenhouse yesterday, I've got one of these little potting trays, and there was, I don't know, about half full with this compost, but it really dried out because I just left it all exposed. And I got my little watering can, and I just went over the top and did a little experiment, and it started to run off, but it didn't. It just soak straight in, even though it was really dry. And that's important as well, because if your baskets do dry out or your pots dry out, sometimes with some compost, you go to water them, water runs off like water off a duck's back all over you. This absorbs that, so you can rehydrate those plants really, really quickly. You've got 6 months worth of slow release fertiliser in here as well. So even from seedling stage to actually becoming quite a mature plant, there's feed all the time to keep that plant happy. It's pH balance, which means it's not too alkaline, it's not too acidic. So more and more plants will thrive in this, and it's just it is just the best compost. It's the sort of mix specs, isn't it, that professional growers use in some of the nations on earth that are renowned for growing plants, places like Spain, Italy, the Netherlands, for example, where they're growing literally billions of plants every year. This is the sort of compost they're going to use.
Yeah, it really is. And this is the compost that we use here at our nursery as well. Now, we've been in business for, it's like 2 decades, isn't it? Long time we've been alive as a nursery here. And what we are specialists at is, all things gardening for everyone. House plants, we've got a specialist subject there as well. This is the compost that we use. So anything that we grow here at the nursery, anything we pot on here at the nursery, this is the compost of choice. Adam, award-winning gardener, uses this compost.
I swear to you, I use it.
Not an award-winning gardener, but a very, very keen gardener, and absolutely adore being in my garden. I use this. Lovely Sean, who's with us all the time in the pot show as well, he uses this compost. Our head gardener absolutely swears by this, and so do many of you. This is why I pointed out at the beginning the reviews. Please do go and have a little read of the reviews. We often show you them on screen, and what Stu does is he picks a random page. He doesn't go in and check the review before we bring it up on screen, because we know that we're going to have 5-star reviews on this product because it is so, so good. Now let's break down the cost for you. We haven't got the details on the screen actually, Stu. Can we have the compost details? What? We've been talking about it all that time and I've only just noticed. That's your compost details if you need it. 100125. And I've forgotten what I was going to say.
You could take the price breakdown.
Thank you. So yes, the price breakdown. So £24.98. We are not the cheapest. I'm going to put that straight out there, but we are the best. And I think we've highlighted why it's important to give your plants the best feed. But if you just break it down, first of all, there's no postage on here. So it's going to get delivered direct to your door, hopefully in about 5 to 7 working days, sometimes a bit quicker. We also add in a free gift as well, don't we? If you enter the code YGTV1324, you get £10 worth of free gift, our peony here. So let's take £10 off that price. Let's quantify the value of getting it delivered direct to your door. It's a pain in the bum, isn't it, going to the garden centre or the garage or something to buy compost and hoik it into your car and on the trolley, and you get the dodgy wheel and
catch it on the boot catch.
Oh, and it
great
rips.
Big rip, and then you don't realise, and you've walked it all the way along, and then you go back and it's like, oh no.
So if you've never tried our compost, I urge you, please give it a go, because you'll never look back, basically. You will realise how amazing this stuff is, and you'll never go and buy that cheap stuff from the garage again. 100125 is your item number. It comes to you in 2 50-litre bags. They are commercial bags. There is no marketing on here. As Stu says, the value is in the bag, not on the bag. So it also comes to you boxed as well, so that you can stack, you can store very, very easily. Be like Graham, one of our regular customers. Be like Graham. Graham has them all lined up in his garage. He had about 28 bags of them when he last sent us a picture.
And I like Graham because Graham stores it, as you see the bags here in the studio, like that's how you want to store them. Because, if you store them kind of sideways, then you're going to compact all that compost and squeeze the air out of it. So store it like that. That way when you open it, it's going to be, it's going to be like this. It's just going to be gorgeous and
lovely.
Fluffy.
I want to make a pillow out of it,
full of oxygen. And like when you get your little peony as well, I mean, we've got a peony here that's already got a little tiny red bud coming on the side there, little tiny, because you might be looking at this and thinking this is not very inspiring, this doesn't look much, but this
is going to turn into this beautiful
there's already
thing,
a little tiny red bud just coming. You can just see in front of my finger now there, a little red bud coming on the side, so you know this is going to grow. And just a little quick tip as well about the Sarah Bernhardt, peonies don't like to be planted too deep, just literally below the surface. So if this is your soil here, then literally just kind of make a little groove in the soil and just drop that down so the actual bit of the root is just an inch or so below the surface. Cover it up, leave it, it will grow away and it will be fantastic.
Love that. 100125 is your item number for your compost. Make sure you enter the code YGTV1324. That'll enter your peony into your basket as well. It'll take away any of the savings that it will add the savings that we're offering you. It'll give you the buy one get one free. It'll give you the double up deals. You'll get your free codes. It's really, really important to enter that code in. Now, if your basket is really close to getting to that £40, what are you going to add in? Oh, not the Euphorbia. You definitely should. We've got a picture of mine, or a little video of mine that I've got in my garden. This is one of my favourite things. So by all means, add the Euphorbia into your basket. But you could also add in the most affordable item that we've got on our show. This is a buy one, get two free.
That's insane.
I love a buy one, get one. What I love more than a buy one, get one is a buy one, get two. And that's exactly what we're doing here. These are really handy little pots, okay? They're 8-inch square, just a 4.5 litre capacity on them. I think these are awesome. I've got a bunch of these. I've also got the round ones, the Alhambras that we do. I've got those as well. Really like this size of pot for like winter bedding, summer bedding.
Well, I'll tell you
it's really easy to change them over.
What would look absolutely stonking in those is the sedums.
Yeah!
Because we've got that gorgeous colour there, and then you've got the colour of the sedum. That would be absolutely, they look glorious.
Yeah, and one in each of those would look fantastic, wouldn't it?
Because again, we're always thinking about folk out there that haven't got a huge garden. You might just have a balcony. You might you might have a roof garden. You might just literally have a little tiny yard out the back, and there's no soil. It's just all concrete or bricks or stone. Pots are brilliant because you can move them about, you can change the mood, and those sedums in there, wow, brilliant.
Well, they're drought tolerant as well, so obviously in a smaller pot, things you plant in here, you're going to have to just be on it a little bit as far as watering is concerned.
But even if they got baked, though, they wouldn't be bothered, would they?
Sedums, not a problem.
Not going to worry, are they?
Yep. Really like that. The most affordable item that we've got on our show. Buy one, get two free. So put one in your basket, enter the code YGTV1324, and the other two will magically appear, like magic, along with your Sarah Bernhardt peony free gift. Last chance to get hold of that free gift today, because next week it changes. Can't remember what it was. Oh, it's big and green, I remember. It's big and green and it's not a plant. Oh. That's going to be our free gift next week.
Is it secret? You can't reveal?
Not going to reveal it.
Not going to reveal.
Going to wait until next week. We'll reveal it next week.
We're in suspense. That's good.
We'll leave it till next week.
Okay.
You've got to tune in. We're here, by the way, every week. Every Sunday, definitely 10 until 2 o'clock. Currently, our shows during the week are going to be Wednesday and Thursday from 10 until 1. Oh, apparently, do I want to let them know a secret about tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow morning? Oh, yes, I should tell them about tomorrow. So, tomorrow morning, Sean Ryan is going to be here in the potting shed, but he's going to be streaming onto QVC.
Ooh.
What time is it, Stu? Is it 9 o'clock? 9? It's not the full show, is it? Okay. Yeah, so 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, if you're interested, because we partner with QVC, best shopping channel in the world, basically. So, channel 16 on Freeview. So Sean Ryan is going to be in the potting shed. Stu's going to be in the shed outside. I'm going to be at home with a cup of tea, watching from my sofa, maybe even with an Easter egg as well.
You'll be in the garden, you know you will. If you don't go out in that garden, it'll be a miracle. You just won't be able to resist it.
I might just go out in the garden.
You will.
But yeah, tune in, please, because you'll be able to see the potting shed and Sean Ryan on QVC tomorrow morning during the 9 o'clock show. Right, let's move on, shall we? I am a big fan of this particular plant. Now, there's various different varieties of Euphorbia, but this is the one I've got in my garden. That is my garden. That is my Euphorbia right there. Can you see down the bottom? Hang on, here we come. Down the bottom, down the bottom, down the... Can you see the ladybirds on it? There's loads of ladybirds all over that. It must attract the ladybirds for some reason, because there was loads of little ladybirds all over it.
Yeah, well, they're just doing their job and they're eating all the kind of aphids and green fly and stuff. But yeah,
I need to get them in my viburnum.
I mean, look at that. I mean, that is just a mind-blowing plant. Again, it almost looks like kind of a made-up plant, like it's like from some sort of sci-fi film. But Euphorbias are just so insanely tough.
They?
Oh, ridiculously drought tolerant, ridiculously cold tolerant. I've seen Euphorbias at work grown in sort of crevices between paving, kind of just in the driest, poorest kind of soil. But they just, in fact, I've generally found that the meaner the conditions you give them, the more compact and the more foliferous and the more voluptuous they are, to be honest.
Yeah, so I planted my Euphorbia and it was like this when I planted it. And I planted it maybe a year or so ago. I've done nothing to it. I've literally done nothing. It would occasionally get a water whilst I'm watering some of the other plants around it.
Yeah.
But to be honest, in the borders there, I've got mostly, sort of drought-tolerant-ish plants, ones I don't have to do all the time. So it occasionally gets a water. That is it. I've done nothing else.
And
that's how beautiful it looks.
And you've got that amazing result. And it's come all through the winter. I mean, we've had a really wet winter as well.
There's a tiny bit around the back that I probably need to prune. You couldn't see it in the video. Tiny little bit that's gone a bit meh.
But the rest of it looks rubbing amazing. Against the fence a bit, you know. But yeah, I mean, and it's not even in full flower yet, is it?
No.
When all those
lime
green...
you can see all the... So there's one little head that's got the flowers on, but you can see the other bits that are ready to bloom. It's going... Look, you see all the ones that are standing up? They're all getting ready to bloom.
In a few weeks' time, when all of those flower heads have exploded, and the good thing about that is, now see, if the foliage on that was just green, those flowers wouldn't really stand out, would they? Because those flowers aren't huge or spectacular in their own right, but when they come out in front of that foliage, all of a sudden that combination just makes those flowers look amazing.
It really,
makes them
really
look spectacular.
does. I'm so keen on this. I've only got the one in my garden, but I'm thinking about getting some more because I just think dotting those around your garden, in and amongst the other green foliage plants, will just look absolutely incredible. Lorraine has sent us a picture of hers. Hers looks absolutely amazing as well.
Again, you've got the little vinca at the front there, and you've got a hellebore to the left-hand side. So it looks great with that vinca because you've got the vinca at the front with a little purple star-shaped flower on it. So with the vinca and that golden green foliage, and then that complete, utter, huge contrast with the Euphorbia. Love the colour of the fence as well. That's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's a pretty colour.
It's just such a gorgeous, gorgeous plant. And I mean, it's almost chocolate-coloured leaves, aren't they? I mean, those leaves are so dark, and it just gives you that opportunity all the time to do fantastic contrasts, which Bex has just done, which we're going to show you in a moment. And
that's beautiful, Lorraine. Thank you so much for sending your picture in. We love seeing all your plants in your garden. So if you do want to email us, you can do ygtv@yougarden.com. Details are just down there so that you can email us any pictures. Stu will organise it all and we'll be able to show them on screen for you. I just wanted to show you, because we were talking about this earlier on in the week, and if you're looking for maybe a planting idea, bit of a combination. In fact, I am going to do it. I meant to do it yesterday. I'm going to move one of my sedum next to my Euphorbia, because I just think that contrast is going to look amazing.
And you know what? The good thing about that, Bex, as well, is that's going to be forever. That's all the year through, because these are evergreen plants as well. So even in sort of January, February time, in midwinter, that is still going to look fantastic. In fact, probably what I would do is you could, if you had one of our square planters from earlier on.
The Diablos.
Yeah, the Diablos. You could put one of the Euphorbias in the middle, then put 3 of the Sedums around it.
Around the edge.
And it's just, it's like a marriage made in heaven, that is, because you've got even the colour of the pot is going to contrast and complement the sedums and the Euphorbia as well. And just imagine, once that Euphorbia gets going a bit and it's got those lime green flowers, then you've got the sedums around the edge just slightly cascading over the top of that pot with that dark rim that's highlighting that yellow foliage.
Great idea.
I need to do this.
Great idea.
It needs to be done.
All right, 511386 is the item number for the Miners Merlo. 3 of those for £14.97. That's basically a half price there, look, saving £15. Do make sure you enter the code in order to get that saving, and do consider joining our club to get a 10% discount. Elaine, you forgot to change your clock, bless you. So she's only just joined us. Elaine, you're normally the first in. You're normally the first one joining us. Never mind, you know what, you can go back, you can always watch what you've missed. You know this already, Elaine. If you're watching on YouTube, you can just rewind us and go back and start from the beginning and then watch this bit again in an hour. We always upload the shows, by the way, to our website, YouGarden.com, and on YouTube. Oh yeah, if you are doing that, don't type anything in the chat, because still get really confused. You'll be talking about something from an hour ago and not from now. Anyway, the shows are always available for you to catch up, by the way, on YouTube and on YouGarden.com. Everything's loaded on there. If the offers are still available, then the shows are still available. So if you do ever have to skip off, or you join us late like Elaine, or anything like that, you can always watch us back. Oh, and by the way, you can still watch the shows that we did, the special shows we had with Dave the Plant Man and Greg Wallace. He's proper famous, he is.
He is. I've seen him on that programme, how it's made, the factory programmes. He does those as well, doesn't he? Brilliant.
He does loads of programmes. But yeah, he was here in the potting shed.
I love his enthusiasm.
Where he was standing.
He's always buzzing. He's always
on it, isn't he?
He's really full on. He's kind of sort of guy to really give you a... I don't know, if he's feeling a bit low, just go out with him for a morning. You'd be buzzing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, those shows are available. You can watch those on our website and on YouTube as well. By the way, if you're placing an order, if you are new to us, we keep getting new viewers a lot at the moment. So, hello, welcome. We're here every week. If you are wanting to place an order, if you're wanting to join the club, if you're wanting to see what other amazing products we've got, you need to go to YouGarden.com, or you can place an order on the phones, even on the weekends, because they are open until 4 o'clock tonight, or this afternoon. Oh, I pointed in the wrong direction. I knew I was going to do that. Details that you need are down there, look. 0844 502 0050 is the number that you need to call.
I admire you for doing that part, because I'd be hopeless. I couldn't do it.
I always point in the right direction. I don't know why I went the wrong way that time.
My brain is just not wired like that, so I would continuously,
we have to do it backwards, basically.
I'd never remember.
We have to go backwards. It's the opposite of what we say. It's really confusing. Once you've got it in your head, it's fine. But yeah, to point that way is that way.
Because when...
Or that way is that way.
Stuart tells us to move right...
We have to move left.
Move left, yeah.
Anyway. We both went the wrong way then as well. Right, let's move on, because this is a lovely collection here. This is Pieris. This is massively about foliage, and I just think so. This is a bit like Photinia to me, isn't it? Where you get the beautiful, bright-coloured new foliage, but this one this collection I think is a bit more interesting.
Yeah, I mean Pieris. Wow, again, they're one of those kind of plants that has got so many attributes. First of all, Pieris are evergreen, so all the year through there's interest. All the year through, you will get a contrast of colours in the foliage. The fact they flower is almost secondary, really, because even when not flowering, they still look amazing. They're great for shade. They're great for sort of underplanting. They're great for sort of damp, cool areas as well. Great for sort of woodland gardens, or kind of putting under other shrubs and places like that in the garden. But the good thing about this collection is it's the new foliage that always looks the most spectacular. And this time of year, as we come into spring, that's when the new shoots come. And on this one, you're going to get slightly different new foliage on each one. Some are going to be really sort of a pinky colour, some are going to be more of a red colour, some are going to be more of a sort of an orangey colour, and even within each one you still get kind of different hues of colour developing. I mean, look at that one, it's got sort of peach, tangerine.
I think this one's my favourite. Which one's this? This is the flaming silver.
Look at that, and you can see, well, they called it flaming silver because look at that variegation around the edge of the leaves there. And then on top of all this, not only have you got this explosion and riot of permanent foliage colour, they have these gorgeous hanging sort of panicles of flower there, those almost like little lanterns all hanging down, which just look absolutely adorable. And I tell you what, the pollinated insects absolutely love these. Oh, look at that.
Wow, Lorraine, you sent us
impressive.
another picture. Which one was this? The forest flame? Forest flame. Actually, those flowers are more significant than I thought they were going to be.
And they last weeks, those flowers. They last weeks and weeks and weeks.
That is gorgeous.
And again, look at the contrast with the fence.
Yeah, I've never grown Pieris. I've seen it. I've never seen it in flower. I've seen it growing. I've seen the beautiful foliage, but I've never actually seen it live in flower. So that is incredible. I love that. Oh, you might have persuaded me to get one of those now, Lorraine. Well done.
Really different. And some varieties have a kind of reddish, pinky flower as well. But on this one, you'll get the contrast. You'll get the 3 different colours of new foliage, which is great. Just one little caveat for these is they do like acid soil.
Ericaceous, don't they?
Yeah. So if you haven't got acid soil, so if, for example, in your garden already at the moment, you've got rhododendrons, camellias thriving, looking really happy and flowering away, you can plant these straight into your garden along with those plants. They'll really do well. If you struggle to grow those sorts of things, Pieris, brilliant pot plants as well. Just use our ericaceous compost and that will keep them really, really super happy. And the good thing about that as well, if you grow them in pots, is this time of year when they're flowering, looking gorgeous, you can bring them right up to the front of the house.
Yeah,
and
this
really
is
enjoy
why I'm
them.
a big fan of container growing.
Yeah, they're mood changers, aren't they? You can always change the mood.
Because I've got loads of lilies in pots, for example. Now, lilies are great. But once they've gone over, that's it. They're done. They don't repeat flower.
No.
So because I grow them in pots, that means once they're done, great, I'll snip the top off and then I'll go and hide them somewhere so that the stems can die back down. But they're gone, they're out the way, they're not looking messy. This is the beautiful thing about doing a container garden. Doesn't mean you can't plant things out into borders. I've got borders as well, but I love growing things in pots for that reason. Yeah,
well, I do the same with bulbs. I've got about 15 pots. I've had about 3 or 4 years now, and I've got crocuses, kind of little jet fire daffodils, and they've just finished flowering now, and I've got a little side bit down the side of my bungalow that's all cold and dark, and so I just pop them down there, and I just completely forget about them. And then next spring I look round and I just see the little shoots coming up again. Oh, you can come back out again now. Yeah. And that's what you say, Bex. That's the brilliant thing you can do with containerising things, and it means that even if you can't grow Pieris in your garden because they don't like the soil you've got, you can still enjoy them in pots. Or another thing you can also do if you want to, you could plant them in a pot with ericaceous compost and then plunge the pot into the ground.
Yeah, you said about this. Yeah. Because I've often said, like, if you want to plant ericaceous loving plants into a non-ericaceous border, you can dig a big hole, much bigger than you need, put in loads of ericaceous in there. And another tip there would be to not water it with tap water. You want to try and do rainwater from your water butt, because obviously that will change the pH level. Yeah. But I actually like that, containerising, because then you get none of the leaching. Yeah, because that's the try. Even if you put lots of ericaceous compost over the years, eventually, that will become sort of, it'll become more alkaline than acid. Whereas if you actually just plant it in the actual container and just keep the lip of the container slightly above the soil level, then that plant will be fine, because it's always in that isolated ericaceous compost where it can thrive. It's a great idea.
But they're good. What's really good about Pieris is they're good for shady areas. They love kind of dappled shade. They call them forest flame. That's their kind of common name, as you can see there. And they get that name from the fact that where they grow naturally, they're kind of forest floor kind of shrubs that grow under the dappled shade of other trees. That's where they really, really thrive. Although I have seen them growing in full sun quite happily as well, providing they've got moisture at the roots. But they're just an easy plant to grow. with so many incredible attributes, and they'll just bring so much joy late winter into early spring, and to be honest, all through the year.
All right, well, all three of those are included. You do not have to make a choice at all. You are going to get all three of those included. 511126 is the item number that you need. Do make sure you use our codes. You're going to get bored of me saying it. YGTV1324, because we've got a £17 saving on that particular item there. So a huge saving. Right, we're going to talk about power daisies.
Calendula. Or pot marigold, the common name. People use those for all sorts of things. I've heard of people making soap out of calendulas.
Yeah, calendula soap,
Yeah, and hand cream.
Absolutely,
and, all sorts of things you can use calendula for. These are slightly different, these calendula, because they flower over a really, really long period, and you've got these super gorgeous double kind of flowers as well. How sweet and stunning
are those? They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, calendulas are just so popular. Again, I've been gardening professionally for about 37 years, and I just see calendulas in so many gardens. They're happy flowers, they're joyful flowers.
They are. I love that colour
flowers.
mix as well. The tango and the yellow in there. I think that is a beautiful mixture of colour.
It's almost like the apricot shades begonia kind of colour mix, isn't it? The yellows, the oranges there as well.
I love it.
And you've got the option, you can grow them separately, so you can have one pot of yellow, one pot of orange, or if you wanted
mix them up, please.
I mean,
obviously, it's your choice. Do as you please. But I love those mixed up together.
But these will flower for a long, long time. I mean, month after month after month of super, sumptuous, gorgeous colour with these. And again, they're one of those plants, like the busy lizzies we were bringing you earlier on, that you plant them, all you've really got to do with them is water them, feed them, and they just keep going. I mean, look at the picture there. Look at the buds underneath.
Yeah.
The ones that already... There's many... In fact, there are almost more buds than flowers at the moment. So that tells you that these are the sort of plants that want to keep flowering, want to keep going. If you deadhead them as well, you'll just keep that season going even longer. But
mix them up.
Yeah, mix them up. Go for it. Look at that. That's just... How could you not walk past a pot like that and smile?
Totally. That's going to put a big smile on your face, isn't it? So long flowering season, right the way through the summer. Yep. I mean, they're flowering now, but they're going to keep going until about October, maybe November?
Even October, even into December. I mean, calendulas are kind of really weird pot marigolds. So I've actually seen them flowering sometimes in January or February. I mean, they look a bit bedraggled, but they just seem to send out an odd flower at the most bizarre times of year. But their main flowering time will be probably, from end of April right the way up into autumn. And it's possible if they're in a shelter position and we keep getting those mild autumns and winters, you might even have some blossom on them on Christmas Day.
Wow, that'd be incredible, wouldn't it? All right, so 480393 is the item number. These are our jumbo plugs. So they're basically just slightly bigger plugs. These have been grown on a little bit for you. Are we going to plant these out right now, Adam? Or
they're
are we
tough. These are tough. So what I would do is you could just acclimatise these or harden these off over a week or so. But these are tough plants, so yeah, they can go out now, to be honest. But yeah, just give them a few days just to put them out during the day, bring them in at night, just so they, kind of...
them off a bit.
Yeah, just get used to the conditions at the moment. But they are tough, and they'll establish very quickly. And I mean, goodness me, look at the quality of those plants.
Well, this is the thing. They've just been grown on that little bit more. This is what a jumbo plug means. It's a bigger size, so it's been grown on a little bit more. Our expert growers have done that work for you. These are our mini greenhouses. This is how they come to you. The packaging, by the way, is all fully recyclable. We're being very environmentally friendly here at YGTV. Just show them a bit of love when you get them home. Give them some light, give them some water, because they'll have been in the dark for a few days. And they won't have liked it very much. So just give them a little bit of love when you get them home. 480393. Now, love this next little thing here. This is our kitchen bay. It's a really nice, affordable way of getting hold of a bay bush, a bay plant. They can have quite a hefty price tag on them sometimes, can't they, bays?
Yeah, I've never understood that.
I don't know why.
No, because bay grows really, really quick.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen bay hedges and stuff, and they will grow 18 inches, 2 foot in one season. Super tough plant, but again, a plant that's great for cooking. I mean,
I love my bay.
What do you use bay? Because you cook a lot, don't you?
I do. I do stews, lasagnas, bolognese, soups. All sorts of things. I can use bay as a flavouring in. A weekly basis.
Yeah.
Definitely on a weekly basis through, I mean, more in the autumn and winter for sure, because I'm doing more stews and soups and things. But I use it all through the summer months as well. I've got bay outside, I've got rosemary, I've got thyme. Love going out and picking my own herbs from the garden. I love doing that. And you can do that because we've got a really affordable bay bush for you here at just £7.99, £7.19 if you are in the club. And this will grow to a decent size, even though it started off this small, won't it?
If you just left them forever, they're grown to a tree. I mean, I've seen bay trees in customers' gardens 30, 40 foot tall with, huge, great big trunks.
Wow.
So, but I mean, the great thing about bay is you can clip it, and you've seen examples all over the place of bay trees in nice sort of conical shapes. Sometimes they're a lollipop shape.
Yep.
So you can leave this to grow how you want it, and you can pick those nice young leaves as well that have got more of the sort of the oils and the flavour in as well. Bays will flower for you eventually. They have these kind of yellowy clusters of flowers that flower sort of late spring into early summer. In fact, there was a house that I used to look after in a place called Hatfield Heath, and they've had bay trees clipped on the front of this house since the 1930s.
Wow.
And they're still the original ones. And the previous owner told me that back in '67, when they had a really, really cold winter, they got really battered back. But the following spring, they all sent out new shoots, and you see them today, and they're still absolutely stunning. So they're a long-lived plant, they're a resilient plant, they're disease-resistant, they're easy to grow. You can just leave them to become a lovely evergreen shrub with a loose kind of habit, or if you want to, grow them in a pot and clip them,
you can sort of topiary them, can't you?
Yeah, have them as topiary. But really, bay trees are just magnificent, and they're quite a high-end sort of plant, because sometimes when people organise weddings, wedding organisers quite often have them as standards with sort of white bows and stuff on, because they've just got that elegance about them.
I think it's because you'll often see bays outside of lovely high-end
hotels,
salons and hotels and restaurants and things like that. You often see those, and I think the reason is that they always look good. They've got lush evergreen leaves. It doesn't matter whether it's spring, summer, autumn, winter. They always look good.
Yeah, they always look sharp and elegant, don't they? When you think of some of the sort of the high-end London hotels, sometimes you see those gorgeous sort of faux lead planters that they have, and they'll have those lovely cone-shaped bay in the middle, and then in the winter they'll have sort of pansies and cyclamen and things like that, and then come the summer they go for like red or white geraniums, and it is because they've got that classic look to them. They've always got that super shiny, lustrous foliage, which is sort of the attraction. And of course, you can flavour your food with that bay. Yeah. Great for spag bog, I suppose.
Spag lasagna, soup, stew, all these things you can use your bay in. It is an awesome price for you as well at £7.99. This is one that I think if you are hovering, underneath that £40 mark and you want to get free postage, this might be the one that tips you into that free postage area, and it'll be a really useful, long-lived plant for you to have in your garden. 750047 is your item number. Right, now we get back onto our summer bedding. We're going to talk about Calibrachoa.
Yeah, Calibrachoa. Stunning plants, these super double petunia flowers, and look at the colours. I mean, goodness me, such a pop of colour on each one of these, and I like the fact that some have got mixed colours, what we call bicolours, and some are just a solid colour like that deep red and that lovely solid yellow. Yeah, how unusual is that?
They're beautiful, honestly.
But easy to grow, hundreds if not thousands of flowers throughout the summer. They slightly tumble and trail. And again, they're those kind of bedding plants that almost require no attention. Plant them, water them, feed them occasionally, and just sit back and enjoy months and months of gorgeous, spectacular colour.
Definitely. 401563 is the item number. These are just that little bit different, okay? So there's loads of summer bedding that you can get from us. There's loads that are slightly lower price point, admittedly, but these are slightly more special. These are definitely ones people are going to sort of ask you about. So do consider entering those into your basket as well. Make sure you put the code in YGTV1324, because that's what's going to give you your you're saving. You might want to think about entering the club as well if you are not part of our club. We have over 40,000 members, and it gives you 10% discount on everything that you buy from us, including the compost, including the buy one get one free on the oleander bushes. Yes, you heard me right. I said buy one get one free. These are going to give just the most beautiful fragrance, Mediterranean beauty, make you feel like you're on holiday, but they're gorgeously evergreen as well, and really quite easy to grow here.
Yeah, easy to grow, tougher than you think as well. And again, in recent years, I've seen more and more oleanders reaching greater sizes in the UK with the milder winters. But you've got that kind of Mediterranean feel that you're bringing into your garden, that holiday feel you're bringing into your garden. You've got plants here that are stout with wonderful stems, leaves, evergreen, glossy, willow-shaped leaves all the way down to the base, already sending them out to you with flower spikes on. So these are flowering from the get-go. Plant them somewhere really sunny and well-drained. Plant them in the warmest, most sheltered part of the garden you can find. And they really do flower for month after month after month. As I say, my mum has had a pink flowering one in her garden for 5 or 6 years. And look at the roots on that, Bex. I mean,
yeah.
that just shows you this plant is actively growing right now. This plant just wants to romp away and grow and just do its thing. And once they start flowering, they just flower for month after month after month, right up until kind of late summer, early autumn, hardy down to about -5. But if you're in a really, really cold area, you can just grow them in a pot and then just bring them in somewhere. Doesn't have to be warm, just somewhere that's just above freezing, really.
Yep.
Even a cool greenhouse or a cold conservatory or somewhere like that, somewhere where they won't freeze. But yeah, just a great plant, and I think as the years go by and as the season and the climate changes, I think these are going to become just much more of a common sight in so many UK gardens.
Well, certainly with the amount that we have brought in, and we do work with who our head gardener considers to be the best. It's a company based out in Sicily. They're a family-based grower based out in Sicily, and they are the absolute best when it comes to oleanders. There is a waiting list to get to work with this particular company. We had to go on that waiting list. I think we wasted a few years. I believe that the waiting list is something like 9 or 10 years now to be able to work with them. But they are amazing, amazing quality. We were out in the nursery just last week and we were looking at all of these all lined up, and they look incredible. The quality, the uniformity of them, and you would be getting them by placing your order now. You're getting them at exactly the right moment, because as Adam was saying, check out the buds on here. They are just about to burst into bloom. Some of them are starting to flower now. They will give you the most beautiful displays all summer long, and it is a buy one get one free. We love a freebie. Now, if you are wondering, how do I place an order? What you need to do is go to YouGarden.com. Have a little look in here. This is where we've got our oleander bush. Now look, there's one there for $29.99, or it does say 2 for $54.98. Now I did say it was a buy one get one free, didn't I? So let's add one into our basket. Let's go and have a look at our basket. Look, there it is. There's one for $29.99, but I want a freebie. I want my free one. Do you have an offer code? Yes, you do. YGTV1324. Apply the code. And here's the magic, an absolutely free oleander worth $29.99, a free peony bare root worth £9.99. So we are now, I mean, that's 30 quid, that's £40 worth of freebies that you are getting in your basket. So we're spending $36.98, we are saving $39.98. We are still paying $6.99 postage at the moment because our subtotal there is $29.99. You have to spend another £10 and a penny to get rid of that postage if you want to. I completely understand though, if you don't want to get over £40, you're shopping on a budget, that's fine. You only pay one postage cost per order under £40, okay? But you can save a bit more money by joining the club as well. Today, on that order, you'd be saving £3. Costs you £5 to join, so we're not making our money back on this first order. But do bear in mind that club membership lasts you for an entire year, a full 12 months. £5 is your cost to join that. Every time you place an order, you will get a 10% discount. So if you don't make your money back on the first order, I think you'll pretty much make it back on your second one. So do consider joining that club as well if you are not already one of our 40,000 plus members of that club.
That's remarkable, isn't it, when you look at that?
It's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can't walk into a garden centre and do that, can you? It's like, you know, I've actually tried that. You know, sometimes you have these people and they advise you to barter, don't they?
Yeah.
I've tried it loads of times. Just no.
And
you just feel an idiot. Wish I'd asked.
The other thing to bear in mind with us is that anything that has the Winter Hardy stamp on our website, so when you go into a product page, if it's a little circle and it's got a snowflake in the middle of it and it says Winter Hardy on it, that means it has a lifetime guarantee. I imagine the Euphorbia will be one of those, for example. The Sedum probably is another one. If it's got Winter Hardy on there, it means lifetime guarantee. So if in 5 years' time that item dies in your garden, you know, you've done what you're supposed to look after it, but it dies, you can just get in touch with us. You can contact our customer services, explain what's happened, and we will replace it for you free of charge. All you have to do is cover any postage costs to get that delivered out to you. Could you imagine going to your garden centre and saying, this plant died, can I have another one free?
Yeah, I know. And like, I mean, you're not even going to have the receipt, are you? Like from 5 years ago at a garden centre anyway. So, you know, it is amazing. And also the thing is, Bex, what that gives people, you know, it gives yourselves confidence, doesn't it? Because
yeah, totally.
Sometimes when plants... You know, sometimes we bring you plants that are slightly a little bit more expensive, and that might be a considered purchase for you. And you might think, oh, you know, but if I get that and then it dies, I've kind of spent 20 quid, 25 quid, or whatever, and I've lost it. That's the reassurance we're giving you.
Absolutely.
Enjoy that plant, experience that plant, you know, take that leap of faith and grow that plant you've always wanted to grow, because if it does go, we're going to give you your money back. You haven't got that worry.
It just reminds me, I posted something on my Instagram page yesterday, which I thought was hilarious. Let me find it. Oh, it's gone. It said, the difference between a great gardener and a good gardener is the great gardener has killed way more plants. Because do you know what? We've got to do it, haven't we? We've got to... You learn by doing those things.
And well, funny enough, I said to my other half about a couple of weeks ago, because at home I've got this tin box and I save all the labels.
Yes.
And what I do periodically, I go through and it's like, oh, that's dead.
That's dead.
Don't need that label, that died. And I actually said to my other half the other day, I said, what I would like now on this living room table is all the money I've ever spent on plants I no longer have. I could probably go to the Maldives for a month, but in fact, I don't want to know, to be honest. But,
we don't care, do we? That's part of it. We don't mind.
The weird thing is, if I'd have got them from YouGarden and they've had the snowflake symbol, I could have asked for replacements or got my money back. You know.
All right, what we're going to talk about, is there anything else to say on the Oleander? I don't think so. We're done, aren't we? Just enter those into your basket to buy one, get one free. Put one in your basket, put the code in, and that other one will appear as we showed you when we did our basket example. Right, the lilies, the pure white, gorgeous lilies. These have been super, super popular, and I can see why. There is a double up deal going on here. £14.98 to get 20 bulbs, or you can just go for the 10 bulbs and have those for £9.99. These are just glorious, aren't they?
These are I mean, the value on these, again, I know just from when I'm going around for shopping things, the value on these is spectacular, but the plants themselves, there is just something incredibly beautiful, simple, and almost these are almost like Easter kind of flowers. They kind of remind me of Easter time, really. The kind of the pureness of these, those white flowers, the fragrance, the wonderful foliage underneath them that supports them, those lovely stout stems. So you're not going to have to worry about staking these as well. Grow them in pots, grow them in beds and borders. They're long-lived as well, lilies. They'll come up year after year after year after year. And once they're established, they're just so reliable. Yeah,
love them. I've got the lily landinis. If I can just remember which pot I've put them in, I think I'm going to get myself some of these and plant these into the same pot, because I think that black and white together will look amazing. But the beautiful thing about white is it goes with any colour. Really doesn't matter the colour schemes in your garden. These will go with everything. But on their own, together, like that, what a heavenly display. Multiple blooms per stem and years of joy with those. 650019 is your item number. Do consider that double up deal, because that's where you get the best value for money. You're basically saving half on the second lot, if that makes sense. £9.99 for 10 or £14.98 for 20 of those. Elaine, well done, you've got those on the way. I think you and I will be doing the same thing this year. We'll be comparing pictures later on in the year. My lilies have grown So I put them all in pots last year and then hid them around the side. And I brought them back round. Honestly, brought them back round 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago. They're like this already. Well, they've grown so big, so quick.
We're getting into that time of year. The days are longer than the nights now, aren't they? And what all plants do, most plants are programmed to try and flower before the longest day. That's right. That's their. It's like we've got to do it. We've got to do it. We've got to get to that point of flowering and set seed.
I can't believe how quick they grow.
Yeah, they are.
Incredible.
They grow amazingly well. When they first, I've got some lilies in my garden that gets about 6-7 foot tall.
Wow.
And the shoots coming through at the moment are like asparagus tips. I mean, they are huge, great big shoots, and they've been in 3 or 4 years now, and I just know this year I'm going to get heads of flower. I'll probably have 10, 15 flowers on each one. And they come up year after year. Once they're established and they're happy, lilies are for life, to be honest. Can't wait.
I've got so many, and I did our tree lilies as well, skyscrapers. Planted some of those out, so I'm so excited about that. Right, let's move on. Sorry, Sedum Atlantis. I'm so glad that this is one of our most popular ones today, because I just think that this is an incredible plant, and this is going to work in everybody's garden. It really, we often talk here about how we have what's our tagline? I've completely forgotten it. Gardening for everyone. I was thinking something for everyone, plants for everyone. No, our tagline is gardening for everyone. It doesn't matter whether you've got a small garden, a large garden, a terrace, acres of land, an allotment. We do have something for you, and I think that this works in all of those locations.
It does, because this is a tough plant, this is a resilient plant, this is a plant, I mean, when you look at the ones we've got here in front of us now, you'd think there's 2 or 3 different varieties in one pot,
but it's not,
it's kind of the same plant, but it just changes. As the foliage matures, you get different colours at different times. So the new foliage, the younger foliage, always comes through kind of those yellowish colours, the pinky colours. The kind of look at the roots poking out at the very end now. Look, as well, you had to fight that one out the pot. But you can see there all those lovely roots. Look at that massive system of fibrous roots all the way around the edge there. That's a good sign, because once you can see the root has got to the edge of the pot, that means that plant is ready to move on to its next position. Yeah. So once you transplant these, they're going to establish very, very quickly. But not only with those are you getting that different foliage colour all the time. Also, this plant is evergreen, it flowers, it's great for hot sunny positions, it's great for windy positions, it's great for seaside gardens, it's great for alpine gardens, rockeries, scree gardens. Basically, where other plants might struggle...
Oh, yeah, in gravel and stuff. It'd look great, wouldn't it?
And it'd be quite happy to sit in gravel. It'd be quite happy to be baked and have the wind blow over it and be scorched all day long.
Mine's in proper shade, to be honest. It gets, well, not proper shade, not full shade. It gets a tiny bit of sun, maybe an hour or 2 of sun, and then nothing for the rest of the day, and it's happy.
Well, and that's probably because as long as it's getting direct light from above as well. I mean, I wouldn't recommend putting these under like a dark canopy of a tree, but even, as Beck said, if they're not full sun, but where they are is open to the sky and they're getting lots of natural light, they'll still be happy.
Yeah. 3 of those included. That is our Sedum Atlantis, the stone crop variety. Highly recommend it, because it just works in so many locations. You are getting all 3 of those, and it's a massive saving on this particular one. £17 saving. That is huge. 560609 is the item number. Do make sure that you enter our code YGTV1324, because that is going to be what unlocks those savings for you. Right, Torino pots. These might be an idea for you for going with that particular item number, because this is a buy one, get 2 free. It is one of the most affordable items on the show today. It's the only buy one, get 2 free that we're doing. We've got other buy one, get ones. We've got double up deals, but this is the only buy one, get 2 free. And I adore these. I've got a bunch of pots that are similar size. I've got these. I've also got our Alhambras, which is the round version. They're gorgeous. What I really adore about them is the size, basically, because they're very quick, very easy to change over. They don't take up loads and loads of compost, but it means that spring bulbs, summer bedding, winter bedding, I can can quickly and easily change displays with these.
And it's the amount of detail, Bex, even in a small pot. I mean, the fact they've got that recurved lip on the top as well, so it's great for lifting them. I like that kind of burnished kind of look, that antique look, even the lining detail around the base there as well. These are interesting pots. And I'm going to actually pick up on these Pieris as well, because when you've got that kind of contrast there as well, and you put something in the pot like one of these Pieris, look how gorgeous that looks.
That's
because
gorgeous.
That sort of bronzy, sort of brass colours really pick up on the Pieris foliage there as well. And bearing in mind the Pieris like ericaceous soil, so if you haven't got ericaceous soil, you can plant them in pots. They look good as well, don't they? So
yeah,
and
look at that. I mean, look, that needs to fill out a little bit, and it will do very, very quickly. I promise you.
Happy in there,
but look at the contrast that you've got with that beautiful foliage and that pot there. It does look amazing.
They both look great, don't they?
They
those
really
pots?
do.
And those lovely dark colours to those pots as well really do highlight. In fact, let's try. I mean, this might not work. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm just going to pop one of these Euphorbias in as well, because you might think that's a little bit lost in there, but I'll tell you what. If you actually then put white gravel around the base of that.
Oh, yes, love that.
Yeah, and then you've got that white gravel kind of delineating between the pot and the Euphorbia.
You probably would want to do that as well, because you've got a smaller pot, so obviously you want to try and retain the moisture in there, so putting some white gravel on there will help to retain the moisture in there. You're still going to need to water a bit more regularly, because obviously they are small pots, but that will help as well, won't it?
Definitely, yeah, it'll keep it in there. And also, the fact that these are plastic pots as well, if these were stone or terracotta, they tend to wick away the moisture. These will conserve the moisture. And of course, these are frost resistant, UV stable. And sometimes it's nice having small pots, isn't it? Because it just gives you more options, and you can just dot these about all over the place. And you can use smaller pots as sort of kind of accents between larger pots, can't you? Just
I love it.
Break up the
so
at
the moment outside, we're not using the dining table that we've got outside on the outside furniture. So I've got all my pots all over that table at the moment. It's all my pots with my tulips in, because they look beautiful. But yeah, you can you can put them outside if you've got steps. If you've got steps somewhere, you can line these up along, and I'd go down either side, so you might want to multi-order and put them down the
they look good
pathways.
Because they're just the right size for tucking into the corner of steps, aren't they?
I love the display that people are doing at the moment, which is like old step ladders or something like that, and then you're creating this gorgeous display up step ladders and things.
I'll tell you another thing people are doing now as well is it oregano? People are like sort of planting oregano in pots and then sitting it on the table, and then people are just picking their own not oregano. What's the other?
Rosemary.
No, the it could be basil. Basil, that's what I'm thinking of.
Basil?
The stuff in pesto, basil.
Yeah, basil.
Yeah, people are growing their own basil plants and sitting them on tables. So in the summertime, when you eat outside, you can just pick your own basil leaves, throw them into a salad, throw them onto your pizza.
Love that.
Your bruschetta, your sliced tomatoes. And a lot of people are doing that, are growing herbs in pots and then actually putting the pot on the table, and you literally pick the herbs fresh there and then.
Very good. Well, I hope we've given you some ideas there. That is a buy one, get two free. If you want 3, put 1 in your basket and enter the code. If you want 6, put 2 in your basket and enter the code. If you want 9, put 3 in your basket and enter the code. You get where I'm going from this. I definitely would think about multi-ordering on those if you can and want to stretch to it. It's the most affordable. 130272 is your item number. You need the code, otherwise you're not going to get all the freebies, and that's the important bit. We want you to get the freebies. We like the freebies. We want you to get them as well.
I love your steps idea. That's my favourite.
That's good, isn't it?
Flight of steps down either side.
Love
Brilliant.
it. Right. Tell us about Tayberry while I put the sedum back.
Oh, well, what I'm going to tell you about this one straight away is this is what we're sending out to you, and the first thing I'm noticing is flower buds. So,
oh, check that out. Yeah, there's a couple there.
Yeah, so flower buds basically means fruit for this year. I mean, there's a flower bud there, there's a flower bud there. In fact, there's a flower bud.
There's another one here.
Yeah, there's another one there, look. So, yeah, another flower bud there. So, we're already sending out plants to you that in year 1, once the bees come along and the pollinating insects do their magic, these are going to form berries for this year. And the Tayberry is a cross between a raspberry and a blackberry. You know, sometimes raspberries are sweet. Stu, our producer, says witchcraft.
He says it all the time, whenever we've got, like...
What's the other thing, Stu?
Witchcraft.
Oh, yeah, our producer, Stu, he hates the duo fruit trees, doesn't he? He says they're the work of the devil.
But do you know what? They used to be considered that hundreds of years ago when it first started. I was reading up on this. Like, it was thought of to be witchcraft.
They're not made by a demon in the
They're
night.
not.
It's breeding, plant breeding and grafting. But yeah, Tayberries are a cross between raspberries and blackberries. Now, raspberries can be super sweet, but sometimes the berries can be quite small, whereas blackberries can be quite big, but sometimes they can be a bit like, kind of a little bit sour. Yeah. Crossing the two, you get the best of both worlds.
Sweetness, juice, flavour.
Big berries.
Big berries, delicious.
And that's what a Tayberry is. You get the white flowers. The flowers themselves are attractive, almost like a little kind of white buttercup flower. Then
hang on, sorry. This was the one I was surprised about in the week, and you're saying all amazing things, but can you just please look at that? Check out that price. £7.99 or £7.19 if you are in the club for a really big, well-established plant. As Adam's pointed out, there's buds on here, so this is likely to fruit in the first year. It's going to get better and better and better.
Yeah, it will.
Your ears nodding.
And the thing is as well, if you see at the base here, Bex, you see these new stems here?
Yeah.
These are already your new fruiting stems for next year. So there's already three stems on there.
Right, so Tayberry fruits on last year's stems.
Yeah, so what you need to do is, you can see that this is where they're tied in. So if you're going to grow Tayberries, you can grow them on trellis, you can grow them on wires, for example. But what I would do is, once you planted this year's growth, and you can tell the difference. It's very easy because, last year's growth is the dark brown stems.
Oh yeah, so you can totally see the difference.
These dark brown stems are last year's growth that's going to give you the fruit this year. So, and then the light green
this year's stem.
There is this year's growth that's going to give you fruit for next year, and that's how it keeps going.
So when it comes to pruning...
Yep, so what you need to do is, if you're going to plant these in front of trellis, because they do need support, so it's trellis work or wire, what I would do is I would tie this year's growth in to the right, and then tie in the new growth last year's growth into the right, and then the new growth coming, tie it to the left.
Can I train a climber to go right or left?
You can, if you want to. Yeah, you can naturally sort of just, augment them to go whichever way they want to go. But no, I need to share something with you, actually, because before the show, we were talking about strange questions we've had over the years, and somebody did ask me years ago, and...
Look, if you don't know, you don't know.
But somebody did ask me once, they said to me, can I get a climber that will grow to the left or just grow to the right? And, yeah, I mean...
if you don't know, you don't know.
Obviously, automatically, no. But any climber...
You can train it to go one way or the other.
And that's a good thing you can do with this as well, because, as I say, what you need to do, if you keep the new canes and the previous year's canes separate, really easy for pruning, because after this year's canes have finished fruiting...
Do you cut it down to the base?
Cut them off, yeah. Just take these right down to the bottom. And then these new ones...
It's a bit like a raspberry.
Yeah, like a raspberry or blackberry. So these new ones you've tied in, leave them because they'll give you your fruit for next year.
Amazing. So I could grow it in a tower pot if I wanted to.
Tower pot's good, no problem at all.
Lovely.
Yeah.
All right, 310062 for your Tayberry. For a fruit that you don't find in the shops, I've never seen a Tayberry for sale in the shop.
I've never seen it for sale.
Never seen it.
I think probably the reason being is because they're quite difficult to transport.
Yeah.
And the good thing about Tayberries is when you grow them in your own garden, you can leave them to that perfect point.
Yeah, and you do need to leave them, don't you? Otherwise...
Yeah, you just... Sorry, should I take these off?
No, leave them on. I love it.
Okay.
Every time you nod at me, your ears nod, and it's making me smile.
But the thing is, you can... Because, sometimes you go to pick raspberries or blackberries and they don't want to come off.
Yes.
That bit in the middle, that little core thing, it's called the receptacle. And when you go to pull them, they don't want to come off. You just end up mushing the fruit.
Yeah.
But when you pull them and they just come cleanly away from that middle bit, that's when they're always perfectly
right. It's like hitting a golf ball sweetly. It's like, oh, yeah.
And that's the thing, once they come away, it's like when you pick strawberries, same thing, if that middle bit comes away, they're just absolutely at that spot on moment. And when you buy them in supermarkets, and supermarkets do brilliant jobs of not knocking them, the fruit can't be at that point because they wouldn't be able to transport it or store it. You can take those Tayberries, look at that one there, I mean, that is going to be sumptuous, that is going to be sweet, delicious. That's going to be a chin dribbling berry, that is. It's just going to be so gorgeous and tasty to eat.
Sunny spot.
Sunny spot. Lovely sunny spot, so the fruit gets nicely ripened. But huge, great big fruits. The only problem is, are you going to be able to get them from the fruit?
It's always
bush
from the plant into
the
house.
No. Or is it every day you go out, oh, there's another one ripe, oh, I'll try that. Oh, there's another one ripe, well, I'll try that.
It's always the problem with grow your own. And I think at that price, I am definitely going to try Tayberries. I think I'm definitely going to give this a go.
Really...
Never grown them. I love doing grow your own. Like, I've got some blueberry bushes now. I've got the honeyberries growing, I've got rhubarb growing, I've got my herbs growing, I've got an apple tree growing, I've got strawberries growing, I've got garlic growing. Oh my word, I've got so many things. I'm going to add Tayberry into that mix.
And you can mix and match them things as well, can't you? So you can make fruit pies with different things. And and you've got kind of on the side here, you've got this label on the side, so it's high fruit production, easy gardening, produces tasty Tayberries. So I mean, this plant is magic. I mean, for the value, I could see this in a garden centre being $12.99 kind of just for one of these plants.
Well, it's $14.99 normally here, but because we're shopping at YGTV, we have taken £7 off that price, £7.99, or £7.19 if you are in the club. If you are going for the Tayberry, like me, you might want to consider, because I don't think I've got a sunny because I've got a south-facing garden, the borders tend to be in shade because the sun moves around that way.
Right.
So the borders tend to be in a lot of... I've got one border that is sunny. The rest of it is quite shady. That's full. I can't fit anything else in there. So you might want to consider... Moving. I need a bigger garden.
To a farm.
I need to earn just a little bit more money so that I can move house to a bigger garden. Right, so you might want to consider adding in a tower planter. Now, we have an amazing deal here because it is a double up deal. So you can get two of these. They are normally £24.99 each. Is that right? They're normally £24.99 each. But with your double up to deal today, you can get them for $39.98. So £20 each, basically, instead of £25 each, which is brilliant. I am the biggest fan of these. I now have 4. I'm obviously going to add 2 more, so I'm going to have 6 in my garden because I'm going to grow the Tayberry in one. I'll find something else to put in the other one. I'm a big fan of them because of a bunch of reasons. It's so lightweight, it's so easy. If I ever move, I can take it with me, or if it's not looking great at that particular time, like my sweet... If they're not looking great yet, I can hide them. When they're looking great, I can bring them out. Again,
it's like what you say, Bex, as well. It's that thing where when you've got containers or pots, you can always change the mood. Even just for a day, you might be having a barbecue, you might be having a garden party, and you just want to bring all the really colourful things into one space. Well, you can do that with the tower pot. And the good thing about the tower pot, even when it's empty, it looks attractive. Sometimes you see plant supports and they're ugly. All you want to do is cover them up really, really quick.
Yeah.
Or they're quite spindly, so there's not a lot for the plants to grip onto, and they kind of, you see the poor old sweet peas flapping about in the wind, their little tendrils trying to find something to grip onto.
Something.
It's like, no, there's nothing out there. I'm just like waving in the wind and I'm going to snap off soon. But with these, so many places for your little wisteria, your amethyst falls, for your sweet peas, for your jasmine, for your tracheospernum, whatever climate, your honeysuckle, whatever you want to put in there, these plants can grip. They can, your clematis, we're going to talk about, your Boulevard clematis, they can grip, they can get that 360 degrees of colour, they can get that support, and also you don't need to have this tool straight away. This comes in 3 separate sections.
Yeah.
So again,
did I bring a spell?
With your Boulevard clematis, we're going to talk about later. You can just start with the bottom section first. Get the plants to that top section. Clip another one on, go to the next section, clip another one on, get into the next section.
But it doesn't, as you said, it doesn't look bad. You can just clip them all up together and it looks pretty anyway. And anything that climbs. So I've got wisteria, I've got jasmine, I've got sweet peas, I'm going to have Tayberry, and if my flame lily... I'm
still waiting for mine to come up, they're getting there.
I'm waiting. If it comes up, that's going to go in the other one. But literally anything that grows, you can put in here. It does have a little bit of drainage in the bottom. It has like a little trough there as well, which helps to retain the moisture. However, if you want to add some extra drainage, I have added extra drainage to a couple of mine. I've drilled a few extra holes in the bottom. You can do. It's very easy. I did it in 2 minutes the other day.
But
it's entirely up to you.
So what I like about the base is it's a big size pot on the bottom as well. So, it's not going to blow over very easy. Once that's full of compost and you've got, you literally have got that kind of tall tower of colour, these are going to remain upright, in really windy conditions. They're not going to topple over.
I love them.
I mean, if you was really worried about them toppling, you could have put a couple of bricks in the bottom, but I don't think that's needed, but you could do it if you wanted to. But just such good supports, easy to clip together, easy to store. UV resistant, frost resistant. They're just going to last you donkey's years, year after year after year, and they look great.
They look wonderful
even when there's nothing climbing up them.
Absolutely, and I love Adam's idea, what he gave me the idea of, and I'm going to do it at Christmas time. So the two that have got the sweet peas, obviously at the end of the summer, they're going to be done. I probably won't plant anything else in them, but at Christmas, I'm then going to use them as Christmas displays.
Yeah.
I'm going to wind some lights around them and create Christmas
little
displays of
ribbons
them.
and bows on there as well.
I think it's a fantastic idea, so I'm definitely going to be doing
good.
that. They're going to become indoor Christmas. I'm just going to put loads of lights all around them, and they're going to be in the hallway or something. Anyway, 130461 is the item number. It is a double up deal. If you want to put two in your basket, that's where you get the best value, because they will be just under £20 each. You'll also get your free gift when you enter that code. If you do just want one, then it is £24.99, and I highly recommend them because I just think they are fantastic. Right, let's grow some peaches, shall we?
Yeah, let's get peachy, because this is an incredible peach. The good thing about this peach is this is a peach that's going to remain compact. It's going to remain small. It's a peach that you can grow flea floors up. You can grow 3 floors up.
Flea floors?
Flea floors. You can grow flea floors up on a balcony. Ordinarily, you might think about peach tree, it's going to get huge. I need a big garden. You can enjoy life-size, not miniature.
No,
these are going to grow to proper-sized peaches. You can do that 3 floors up. You can do that in the smallest space now, because we've got this compact tree, this standard tree here. And in addition to the incredible spring blossom you get on peaches as well, the foliage on this is gorgeous.
It's super interesting, isn't it? Check out the gorgeous foliage on there.
Would you say bronze? It's almost the same colour.
Yeah, a bit like the Euphorbia, isn't it?
Euphorbia, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of that really sort of dark, chocolatey Merlo, I guess.
Look at the blossom.
Yeah, the blossom, almond blossom, peach blossom, same family, is just the most incredible colour.
It's really pretty.
And what's good about them is that the blossom comes out pretty much before the leaves, so you just see this structure of stems covered in incredible pink blossom. Smells gorgeous, looks gorgeous, lasts for a couple of weeks or so. And the great thing about this one is, because this peach tree is very compact, you can grow it in a pot, and peaches do flower very early in the season.
Yeah.
And if there's a threat of frost, sometimes the fruit doesn't set. When you've got it in a pot, you can just put that somewhere frost-free for the night, so you haven't got that panic.
Yeah.
And then, once the risk of frost has gone, once the bees have done their magic, you'll start to see these little tiny embryonic kind of peaches, and then as the summer progresses, they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then late summer, early autumn, whoa, yeah.
Straight off the tree, warmed by the sun, munch into it. It'll be absolutely gorgeous.
Sticky fingers and just having a peach fest. I mean, gorgeous.
It is a buy one, get one free. So you put one into your basket, enter the code YGTV1324, and we will put another one into your basket for you. You can have 2 of these. Love the pairing, love the idea of having one either side of something, either side of a doorway, a fenceway, or seating area.
Steps at the top.
Absolutely, or maybe even share it. You know, you have one, give one as a gift to your mum, your dad, your sister, your brother, your friend, anybody else. Now, if you're looking for a pot for them to go in, because this is a buy one, get one free, we're going to suggest that you go for our Diablo planters. These beautiful square-shaped, tapered bottom to them as well. These peach trees would live happily in here, wouldn't they?
Yeah, probably for a good 4 or 5 years, to be honest. These pots are exactly the right size for these peaches as well. Absolutely perfect, because there's going to be enough compost in there from there to draw on that moisture, draw on that feed they need. They're not going to blow over, they're not going to topple over, and again, you can move your peach tree around. So when it's got that full blossom, you might think, I want that right outside the patio doors, and then the blossom goes over. Not so interested in that now. Just got leaves. I'll put it over another part of the garden. Then later in the summer, peaches developing. That's coming back near the patio doors, because I want to watch those peaches developing, enjoy those peaches. So yeah, the tubs, the pots and the peaches, again, marriage made in heaven, I think, those two.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's show you how you can place your order. If you want to place an order, you have to go to our website, which is YouGarden.com. Now, we've started a basket here. We've got the Diablo planter in there. We've just put one of them in at the moment. We've got the Patio peach crimson tree in there. We've just put one in the moment, and the oleander bush. Now then, we do have some savings. We do have some deals for you. We want 2 of the planters because they are a double up deal. Do we want to pay £19.99 each? I absolutely do not. So do you have an offer code? Yes, you do, because the peach tree and the oleander are a buy one, get one free. When we enter that code, YGTV1324, and apply the code, this is where it gets exciting. The Diablo potluck has come down. It's not £19.99 each. It is £14 each. £5 cheaper than on the website. There we go. We've got our peach crimson tree, but we've got a free one in there as well. Our Sarah Bernhardt peony bare root, that is completely free. That's your free gift with purchase. Free gift with every purchase, not one per customer. And then our oleander bush. Look, we've got a free one in there as well. Can you just scroll up a minute, Stu, just so that we can highlight savings and things there? Because with that amount of freebies, look at how much you are saving. £82.97 is the order total, and £80.95 is the saving. That is incredible, and this is where it's well worth joining the club. You will save an extra, what is it, £9.50, so £5 to join the club. You're still quids in, you're saving £4.50, and now you're going to save 10% every single time you place an order with us in the next 12 months. This is the place to be for everything gardening. Gardening for everyone, that is our tagline, and that's what we believe in. Right, we need to talk about the heavy-duty pots next, because this is going to be one of the best purchases that you ever make. And that is a real statement, and I 100% believe in it. I've got them, Sean's got them, you've got them.
I've got loads. I'm trying to squish it as well.
I mean, it moves.
What's the knuckles? White knuckles.
You can see it moving, but these are so strong, so sturdy. You'll have them in your garden for years. The handles are moulded on. They are commercial growing pots because of the drainage you've got at the bottom and the side. But these can be used for so many things. For growing, first
everything.
of all.
Storing things, garden tools, garden chemicals, fertilisers.
I use it as a garden truck. I collect all my garden waste in it before it goes into the big bin. I also empty out my bag of compost into here just because I find it a little bit easier.
Yeah, you could do that.
Nicola was that, growing strawberries in them.
Or sometimes what I actually have done before, when I've got to that kind of last half bag of compost and then, it's difficult getting in there, I've just sat the bag of compost in there, like folded the sides down, and then I can just scoop the compost out. Yeah. If, for instance, later in the year you're harvesting potatoes and they're all muddy and horrible, or carrots or any root vegetables, you can put them in here, squish them over with the hose, blast them with the hose, and this can be like a giant colander, because you've got holes at the side, holes on the bottom, which is fantastic. So even when this has been sitting in all winter and perhaps the holes at the base are blocked, look, you've still got those holes at the side that the water can drain out of, which is absolutely brilliant. These would last. I mean, these would last 100 years. Why wouldn't they? I mean, they would.
I know Sean always talks about how he's had his probably a good 12 years now. I reckon I've had mine a good 5 or 6 years. How long have you had yours?
I collect them, so I never
between 1 and 9 years.
Probably I've had some 10 years or so.
Yeah.
I keep under the staging in my greenhouse, and I mean, sometimes I actually end up with some of these from planting jobs.
Right.
But I never throw them away. I always take them home.
Well, I want to transfer, because I've used some of those rubbish, floppy-sided plastic pots. I dug some holes around the sides to create drainage, and I planted my strawberries in them. I need to move them. I need to transfer them. So I'm going to get a hold of a pack of these, and I need to do it now because I don't want to move my strawberries too late.
Yeah, I don't want to leave it too late.
I might not do it this season. I might wait till next season.
Probably still be okay. Yeah, Stu just reminded me as well. We did a job a few weeks ago where we had to mulch this bed with gravel.
Yeah.
And it was really annoying because there was a fence at the back, there was a hedge either end, and in front of this bed was like a shin rail fence. So we couldn't even get the wheelbarrow. So we had to fill these up 6 dumpy bags of gravel. So we had to put one of these in the wheelbarrow, fill each one up, wheelbarrow it up to where the garden was.
And then carry it over.
Carry it over and empty it. But I tell you what, these pots didn't let us down. But something did let me down. I've bought some those trug things before now, and I picked one of them up.
Yeah,
handle snapped straight. In fact,
you won't
it split.
get that with these. These have been moulded into place.
Oh, these
so
are
these
solid.
do not have that. You know, that breakage doesn't happen
Solid.
here. It's a pack of 4 that you are going to get with these. Excuse me. It's an amazing price. £17.99 is your price on these. £16.19 if you are in our discount club, which is an incredible price. They're normally £19.99 each, basically. So £16.19 if you're in the club. Those will last you for such a long time, I absolutely promise you. Best thing you're going to buy. YGTV1324 is the code you need to get the saving. Right, I think we're going to give you a quick lightning review of everything that we've seen, or certainly everything that's on the show. So if you want your pens and papers, now's a good time to write down your item numbers. We're going to start off with our Calibrachoa doubles. Lightning quick, let's do it.
Double flowers, slightly trailing, flowers all summer long, stunning summer bedding plant.
Amazing, nice. 6 of those included. You have got a saving included on there, £12.99. £11.69 if you're in the club. 401563 is your item number. Next we have the cute little plant, the gorgeous little kitchen bay. This might be the item that you want to get your basket over that £40 so you can get your free postage. Love bay.
Elegant, resilient, evergreen, flowers, and you can use the leaves to flavour your food. What could you ask for?
Absolutely. Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, proven performer, £7.99. Just £7.19 if you are in the club. 750047 is your item number. Again, another saving included on there as well. The Power Daisy collection. We've got the yellow and we've got the orange included here.
Yep, mood-lifting flowers there in gorgeous yellows, gorgeous oranges, double flowers, flowers for months after month after month, from April all the way till Christmas. Incredible plants, compact, easy to grow.
Fabulous. 12 jumbo plug plants. These have been grown on, so they are that little bit bigger than you might expect from a plug plant. These are going to give you so much joy. 480393 is your item number. Just £22.48 if you're in the club. Pots of joy right there. Right, the Pieris is our next one. All 3 of these included.
Drama from foliage colour, drama from flower colour, resilient plants, tough plants, plants that look good all the year through, and great for shady areas. Magnificent, and a brilliant collection here where all the new foliage is a slightly different colour.
Yeah, and what a saving on this one. Oh, that picture, Lorraine, I love that, because actually that really highlights. I often talk about Pieris as being such an amazing foliage plant, but the flowers are way more significant, and they last for weeks, don't they?
Yeah.
So all 3 of those included here, and a huge saving, £17 off on that collection. 511126. They should be £9.99 each. Wow, £12.97. £12.97 for all 4 of those. Well, excuse me. So now we're going to move on to, I think I'm going to say this is my top tip for the show. The Euphorbia, the Miner's Merlo.
Well, the words in my ear, you've said it best. Wow, wow, and wow. Yeah, just an amazing plant. Again, very similar to the Pieris that's sitting next to him. You've got spectacular evergreen foliage that looks amazing all the year through. That dark, chocolatey coloured foliage. And then the explosion of these kind of yellowy going into sort of lime green kind of flowers on the top there. A plant that's drought tolerant, a plant for sunny positions, semi-shady positions, a plant that's got a lovely, wonderful shape to it, is so easy to grow, long-lived, just an absolute pure joy, this plant. I mean, you know, we've seen yours, the one you've grown, Bex, is amazing.
Yeah, that was mine that you just saw in that video. We had a lovely customer picture as well. Was that Lorraine's as well? Yeah, it was Lorraine's, wasn't doesn't it?
And look at the quality of the plants we're sending out. You see, my dread this time of year is when you pull a plant out of a pot and the roots are brown and they're soft and they're kind of all sticky.
Yeah, I had that yesterday with something. I had to repot it because it just got too wet.
And you just know that's not good. But when you take a plant out of a pot this time of year and you've got that root system that's white, that's vital. In fact, you heard that one where it disconnected. It kind of almost connected to the base of the pot. That's it, that
I love
kind
that
of noise. Yeah, that's where the root is actually going through the holes at the base of the pot and it almost doesn't want to come out. But look at that. And that's what Bex is doing there is what you need to do when you get it home is just tease those roots out a little bit, because if you just plonk that plant straight in the ground as is, those roots will just keep going round and round and round. If you just tease them out, only gently. That way, those roots will go out in all different directions and that plant will become established much more easily. But this plant is going to thrive. Euphorbias are so easy to grow, so easy, so straightforward. Just fabulous plants.
Absolutely adore it, and you are getting 3 of those included. Now, we often do things in packs of 3. The reason is that for us, we often say that to make things aesthetically pleasing in a garden, you plant in odd numbers. That's not always the case. I'm a big fan of symmetry, and I love symmetry when it comes to putting something either side of something. Yeah. But when you're planting out, that's where the odd numbers really work. You're an award-winning garden designer. You can explain this better than I.
You know what? Yeah, it's the same. And we always plant in 3s, 5s, or 7s. Somehow, just kind. Well, I think the reason being is that kind of. I was going to say in nature there isn't symmetry, but that's rubbish because crystals and all sorts of things have got incredible symmetry. But generally, when you look at wildflowers or somewhere, they don't grow kind of in a line or in symmetrical kind of blocks. They're random, and I think that's why 3s are great, because you can just plant them out, and you don't have to plant them in a triangle either. You can just make it just slightly random. It just looks more pleasing, looks more natural, and also what it means is for a plant, for instance, that might be slow growing to begin with. You can plant 3 out and space them out, and it gives you that impact straight away. But you've still got space in between for those plants to grow, and then eventually they become like a super plant where all 3 have become...
All mix in together and just look like one big plant.
And then you get that really big impact. So that's why we do things in 3s, and that's sometimes why we do things in pairs, because we want you to have them either side of a front door, for example.
Absolutely. Well, this one is a pack of 3, and it is a big saving for you, £15. It's basically a half-price deal that we're giving you here. Euphorbia minus Merlo, definitely my top tip for the show. The entire show, basically. 511 386, and that is saying something, because we have got some amazing items on the show here today. Excuse me, 511 386 is the item number. £13.47 if you are in the club. Now let's talk about lilies. Beautiful, white, pure, heavenly.
Yeah, elegant, fragrant, scented. Easy to grow, great for pots, great for beds and borders. And long-lived as well, lilies.
Yeah, they do last a long time, don't they?
And these, you can see they've already got a little shoot coming on there, so these will give you some flower this year. Lilies don't like being moved, I'll be honest. They're not a plant that likes to be moved. So in the first year, they will flower, but this year they'll get established, that bulb will get bigger. Next year, you might get 1 or 2 shoots come up, and you can get even more flowers, and then year after year after year after year, these lilies are going to come up, give you these spectacular, elegant, sort of trumpet-like white flowers with incredible fragrance after dark, moth-pollinated probably. So yeah, just amazing plants. I adore lilies. I've grown.
I do.
In fact, I grew one years ago called Cushy Maya, and that's where they actually crossed 2 different species of lily, and that one was amazing because it was white. With a kind of green, but then purple around the edges as well. And the fragrance at night was,
Yeah, I love
gorgeous.
It. Absolutely adore the fragrance from lilies. I know it can divide people. I know inside people can find it a bit too strong, but out in your gardens, when it's just kind of wafting on the breeze, it's the most heavenly smell, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
multiple
divine. Flowers
per bulb, per stem here as well. We're not talking about 1 lily flower per stem, we are talking about multiples. It is a staple, this particular variety, in sort of wedding displays and also for florists as well, because of those lovely strong stems that you get here. We do have a double up deal. You can get 20 of these bulbs at an amazing price, 10 of them for £9.99, but if you double up, put 2 in your basket and enter the code YGTV1324, you'll get 20 for £14.98. 650019 is your item number. Okay, on to our Sedum, the Atlantis, the most versatile plant I think that we've got on the show today.
You see them now, but you might not see them later because they're very, very popular. Very popular.
Don't leave me hanging. That's a high five right there. That was a great one. Well done.
But you know,
like it.
The thing is with these as well, when we look at these ones here, the examples we've got now, it's like there's 2 or 3 different plants in one pot, but we've got that kind of different foliage colour as well. We've got pinky foliage, we've got yellow foliage, we've got evergreen foliage, we've got all these kind of different stages of colour this plant produces, but also they flower on top of that as well.
Sorry, you've really made me chuckle with that. You see them now.
Sucker in succotash, that kind of thing, isn't it, really? One of those cartoon things from the 80s.
I love it.
You have to be careful there. Yes, because a lot in the 80s was very wrong.
It's very wrong.
So the great thing about these, great for those alpine gardens, great for rockeries, great for sometimes people plant those old-fashioned Belfast sinks.
Yeah, I love it.
And they put gravel and little rocks and things.
I think it looks great.
Look good in there, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely.
You've got yours at the front of your border, and not even in full sun all day. As long as they get plenty of light, they'll hate shade, like shade, like under a tree, for example. But as long as they've got lots of natural light, they don't have to be in the sun all day. But if you've got an area that does get baked silly all day long, and most plants you put there wilt, fail, get scorched, hate it because it's so dry and ghastly and dreadful, sedums would be great. Stone crops would be great for that kind of thing. There are 2 or 3 endemic species of sedum that grow in the UK, and they grow on the tops of walls, like rock walls. They grow on the edge of road verges, and they grow in the most dry, hot, inhospitable, awful soil places you can imagine, but they thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really hardy. Chelsea Plant of the Year winner in 2019. I'm pretty sure they've got the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit as well. If they haven't, they should have. 3 of those included. £17 saving for probably the most versatile plant that we've got on the show today. 560609 is the item number that you need. Make sure you enter the code to get that £17 saving. Busy Lizzies, but not just any old Busy Lizzie. Beautiful double flowers, look like miniature roses in 3 glorious colours.
Yeah, these I adore. I'm growing Busy Lizzies myself. Super double flowers, months and months and months of flowers on these as well. Great for when we get those really wet, damp, cool summers. Please, please, please don't let it be like that. But if it is, these will still thrive. These will still look good. And they don't just have to be in hanging baskets, borders, beds, pots, troughs, wherever you want to grow these. All you've got to do, plant them, water them, feed them, leave them and enjoy them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you will really, really enjoy those. Remember that they are resistant to that downy mildew that wiped all the Busy Lizzies out years ago. 401528 is the item number, and you can get a double up deal on there. So it's £9.99 if you just want the 6 plug plants, but you can go for 2 packs of 6. You can get 12 of those for £14.98. Just make sure you use the code, otherwise you'll pay full price for both of them. Oleanders, did you say, Stu? Oleanders. Now, this one is, it's the big deal at the moment. It is what everybody is talking about. This is our buy one, get one absolutely free. This is where you can get so much for your money here. Enter one into your basket and you will get another one absolutely free.
These
Oleanders are gorgeous.
These are amazing plants. It's weird though because they're actually called Nereum oleander, but for some reason we never call them by their first name. We've only ever called them oleanders, and they just sort of coax up that kind of feeling of being on holiday, being abroad, being somewhere hot and sunny, somewhere tropical and paradise kind of places. And with these,
definitely.
You can bring that feel back into your garden, because these, once they get a little bit more mature, can go down to -5, so they will take more frost than people realise. You could put fleece around them in a really, really cold area. But the quality of these plants is stunning. These plants have got strong stems. They've already got flower buds on. You've got that evergreen foliage. Then you've got that month of colour. And oleanders do very well in those hot, dry, sunny positions. They do well on really poor soils as well. So if you've got gravelly soil, stony soil, sandy soil, they'll do well there as well. And I have seen pictures of these covered in snow in the wintertime. And they've still come through the following year.
Yeah, I mean, if they do get a little bit frostbitten, they tend to bounce back, don't they? Yeah. You just prune out the bits that have been damaged and they will bounce back. Relatively fast growing, so they will come back to life very, very quickly. Excellent for keeping in a pot because you can then give them that extra protection if you want to. You can move them closer to the house. You can keep them away from your pets and your animals as well because they are toxic, as are most, a lot of things in our gardens. But if you're worried about it, you can keep it in a pot and then, dogs and cats can't get to it. 680027 is the item number for those. On our website, you could pay £54.98 if you want 2 of those. But please don't. Put one in your basket. Enter our code, the offer code YGTV1324. Apply that code. Look at what happens. A free oleander, £9.99 we were selling that at just recently. And you're getting the oleander bush, £29.99, absolutely free. And that breaks down in the sums there at the side, look. £29.99. We are paying £6.99 postage because we need to get our order over to £40. But even if you're on a budget and you don't want to, that's fine. But we are saving £38.98. We're saving more than we're spending with that particular basket example. Right, our lovely Sean Ryan is not here today because he is, do you know what? He's having a bit of family time. He's having a lovely Easter family time at home. So hope you have a lovely time, Sean, if you're watching. But he's going to explain to you about all our different plant sizes available and what that means.
Hello there. Well, we've got different types of plug plants at YouGarden, different price points, different sizes. So I'm just here to really help you decide which ones you need and also to explain how easy it is to plant them up. So the most affordable that we do are called Pro Plugs. They normally come in trays of 40. They are the best value and tend to be the smallest, but a little bit of growing, and they will be absolutely fantastic. The next ones that we've got here are the plug plants, and these are a medium size. They don't need as much growing up, just a little bit, and they normally come in quantities of 6. And then finally, we've got the garden ready, and they're exactly that. They're ready to go straight in your garden or your pots and containers, and they come in quantities of 10. Now I'm going to start with the Pro Plugs, but before I do, all plug plants will need a little drink when you first get them home. Bear in mind, they'll have been in the post for maybe a couple of days in transit. So literally just take them out, pop them in a bowl of water, give them, don't leave them there for hours and hours, just 10, 15 minutes, you'll be absolutely fine. And that just rehydrates them after their little journey. So these are the Pro Plugs. And what I'm going to suggest with these is growing them on in things like our windowsill propagator kit. These are ideal, and if you don't have a greenhouse, you can literally pop these on any windowsill in your home. And what I've done, I've taken one of the trays out. I've already potted 4 up here, so I'm just going to do the other 2. And I found the easiest way of getting these out, you can squeeze them out. But what I tend to do is give them just a gentle squeeze, but better still, I've just got a stick here. And can you see there's a little hole in the bottom of all of these for drainage? Just push that and look, the plug comes out really easily. And that way, you're not going to damage any of those delicate leaves because obviously it is a young baby plant. So I'm just going to take out one more like that. And then I don't use anything fancy. I use my finger, make a little hole there and there, and then gently just pop that in and just firm it round ever so slightly. And then I'll give it all a good water as well. And then I'm going to just pop that in the propagator. In that goes. And you'd repeat. And that's ready to grow. And you'd be amazed how quickly these grow. They're already really strong plants. They just need to be grown up. So those are the Pro Plugs, normally trays of 40, and the most affordable, the best value. And it's really fun to see those grow into wonderful big plants. The next ones are our plug plants. Now, these are bigger. They come in 6s. And they come in mini greenhouses. And obviously they've been the cardboard boxes, which are all 100% recyclable. And if there are different varieties, different colours, they're all labelled as well. In fact, I better show you this. There's a label on the front that corresponds with, can you see there, the letters? So you've got A, B, C, D, E, F. They can see them a bit more clearly. So if you do want to, say, colour coordinate, then do make sure that you remember which ones are which. And I would suggest with these, because they are bigger and stronger, I would pot those on in a 9-centimetre pot. Things like skelly pots, shuttle trays would be absolutely superb. And again, I'm going to use 2 fingers this time. Make a nice hole for that, and then gently just pop that in and firm it round a little bit, and then give it a good water. So those are the next size of plugs. And then the final ones are what we call garden ready. And they are exactly that. They're ready to go straight in your garden. You can see here, really strong plants, really good root systems. And they could go straight in beds and borders. This particular variety is a Pansy Cool Wave, so I'd put that straight in a hanging basket or a container. But they are ready to go with no growing on whatsoever. And I would probably, just looking at my hanging basket, I'd probably put 3 in the hanging basket, and you could actually get away with 1 in there. But if you wanted to make it look a bit fuller early on, you'd put a couple in there. But they are really healthy plants. All of our garden ready are exactly that. They've been grown on to really great standards and can be put straight in your garden. So I hope that helps you when it comes to choosing plants. Personally speaking, I tend to buy a mixture of all of these. So sometimes I'm on a budget and I'll go for the Pro Plugs. Sometimes I just want instant colour and I'll go for the Garden Ready. But whatever you go for, they're great quality. They all arrive in really fantastic recycled packaging, safely and securely. And I know they're going to give you so much fun and pleasure in your garden.
Look at his little smiley face. All right, that's the different plant sizes that we do. Oh.
He's a very handsome man, Sean, isn't he, as well?
There we go. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Sorry, I went for a little comfort break and I switched my mic off because Stu doesn't need to hear that happening, does he? So I switched it back on now. What I said was, look at his little smiley face. Isn't it nice to see him?
I'll say he's a very handsome chap.
He is a very handsome chap.
He had a picture on Instagram yesterday and I thought, my goodness. You know,
is that the one in his white T-shirt?
Yeah.
I said he looked buff in that, and he was like, no, I don't. I'm like, you're definitely flexing.
Boy band kind of, you know. I mean, I'm not that hugely different in age from him, but I'm quite envious of like that's why they used to call him the Peter Pan of shopping telly.
He was, because he always looked like a baby face.
Never ages. Never ages.
I don't know. He's probably not watching now. He's got loads of family over today. I think they're having a family Easter lunch, which is nice, isn't it?
That's nice.
That's nice.
Well, is he taking time out from plastic surgery?
Oh!
I didn't mean that.
I love it.
All natural.
He is au natural.
I love him, he knows.
100125 is the item number. We're going to move rapidly on to our premium professional compost. This stuff is absolutely incredible. When you get hold of your first bag of this, you are blown away, right?
You are.
I know, we're talking about compost, and you're like, what are you ranting on about? It's just compost. But I promise you, there is a massive difference between poor compost and the best compost. There is a huge difference in look, in smell, in texture, and most importantly, in the results that you will get. Yeah,
it's like kind of anything in life, isn't it, really? You know, there's always like a kind of a value range or a budget range, and there's the intermediate, then there's a kind of the pièce de résistance kind of thing. And
this is that.
This is this compost. This is just such a beautiful, welcoming, incredible compost. It's a sort of compost that if plants could talk or seeds could speak,
true,
they'd say, give me that.
Can I have that?
I want to grow there.
Please.
Yeah. If we kind of had like a sort of like a plant testing. We sat loads of plants in a room and gave them different compost to choose.
Like a focus group.
Yeah. They'd all choose this compost.
They would all choose this one. It would be the top one.
Yeah, but because they can't choose it for themselves, we have to choose it for them. You know, and when you do choose this compost for your plants, you are giving your plants the best start in life. And everything from that little microscopic seed, because sometimes you can sow some seeds in compost and that compost has got sticks and big chunks and lumps.
Great big chunks.
Yeah, it's crazy. So
there isn't in here. Look, just look. We don't sieve this before we bring it to you. I promise you, this is straight out the bag. There are no great big lumps and chunks in here. It's so well composted, and every time you open a bag, it's the same amazing quality, isn't it?
It's always consistent. That's the good thing about it. And even so when we get we do this sometimes. We have this bit of fun where we kind of get a ball of it, and we really try and consolidate it.
I won't throw it at you, I promise.
Should we throw out the camera? No, that would be good. Stu would go mad. But then all we've got to do, I mean, literally, we just do that kind of, like the lightest of kind of pressure, and it just crumbles.
It's so good. I know our chat is kind of exploding at the moment with all our regulars saying how amazing this is. And if you are a regular customer, you do understand the benefits of this. If you're one of our new viewers and you're thinking, what are these two talking about? They're talking about compost, and they're getting all evangelical about it, getting up on their soapbox, telling us about compost. I can buy it cheaper down the garden centre. Why do I want this?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's not brilliant compost just because it's brilliant compost. It doesn't just fall out the ether. You know, it's what's put in it that makes the difference. First of all, there's components in this that are going to hold on to that moisture. So, you know, when your plants need to draw on that moisture, there's moisture held in the compost. But you don't want the compost being super wet, heavy and claggy. That will rot the roots of plants. So you've got that composted wood fibre. That keeps the texture of the compost nice and open. That's important for various reasons. First of all, it lets the air, the oxygen get down to the roots. It allows the water to percolate through, but also it just keeps that, you know, compost nice and open so it doesn't become a solid mass. So when you're a tiny little seed or a seedling and you're trying to make your way in the world, it's not like you've got to try and push your way through a concrete floor with this. This is just gorgeous compost to get those plants started, but not just to get them started. In Becca's hand there, you can see some little green beads. Those are slow-release fertiliser that are going to give your plants, your cuttings, your seedlings, up to 6 months of slow-release feed. So sustaining them through their early stages as they mature. It might be your house plants that you're repotting in this. It will give them 6 months of feed as well.
Oh, I did some house plants yesterday. I repotted, that's another job I did yesterday. I repotted the dragon tree and the Sansevieria, the mother-in-law's tongue.
Oh, right, yeah.
Repotted those, and this was what I used.
Well, I did a couple of weeks ago a Calendula I repotted into this.
Ooh, Calendula.
Yeah, the red flowering one. And yeah, it got really kind of tall and wide, and it was in this silly little pot, and it kind of kept drying out all the time. So I've got a nice, you know, kind of not huge, but a bit, slightly bigger pot. Repotted it into this already. It looks a lot happier. But also in this as well, this is pH balanced, which sounds gobbledygooky, but basically means it's not too acidic, it's not too alkaline, it's more towards neutral. So that means many plants are happier in this, and there's a wetting agent. So this always wants to soak up moisture.
No, what I was going to say was there are 2 composts that you need. Despite what it looks like when you go to a garden centre and you see this compost and that compost, and there's a great big row of them, isn't there? And you go down and you're like, well, which one should I go for? I don't know. There really are only 2 composts that you need. This one and an ericaceous compost. Ericaceous compost, which is available on our website. Type in Eric, it'll come up. Rhododendrons, camellias, blueberries, azaleas, you know, a couple of things in your garden that want...
Pieris. That we had.
There's a few things on the show that we've got today, but there's minimal amounts. They want the ericaceous compost. Everything else that you plant in your garden and in your home will live a really happy and long life in this particular compost here. There really isn't anything else that you need.
That's all there is to it.
You can add stuff to it if you want to. Obviously, we've made this formulation, so it's fantastic at, you know, holding moisture and giving ingredients and things. If you want to add a bit of vermiculite, if there's a particular plant that wants extra moisture, of course you can adjust it if you want to.
Yeah, if you want to, and if you could be growing things in pots very long term, perhaps fruit trees or trees, for example, you could mix this with some topsoil, just topsoil from your garden, you know, and that will just give it a little bit more weight and a bit more body. But, you know, you don't have to do that. Things will survive in this long term.
I was adding a bit of root growing when I was potting stuff up yesterday, a bit of mycorrhizal.
You see, that's a brilliant stuff, that is. That's amazing, because what we're discovering as we look under the ground more and more these days is what goes on under our feet. It's just mind-blowing, really.
Amazing stuff, isn't it?
A forest is like a super highway. It's like it's like the internet. It's like a web of roots that are connected under the ground, and they're all, in fact, trees, they've even found out now that trees, through their root system, can contact other trees further away in a wood and warn them.
It's like that
pests.
film, isn't it?
Yeah. So if you're getting kind of...
films do.
If there's a particular tree getting attacked by a certain type of caterpillar, this tree can send information out to its mates down the other bit of the forest and say, I'm under attack, there's this bug, and then that tree can start producing tannins and things to put those bugs off.
That's amazing, isn't it? And what's the film I'm thinking of, please?
Is it not Avatar?
With all the... Avatar!
Avatar.
That's the one!
Yeah, Avatar.
Where all the plants talk to each other. Anyway, sorry, tangent.
What that mycorrhiza does as well, that mycorrhiza, it creates a connection system between the fungal network or the mycorrhizal network in the soil and the roots of the plants. And once they've made that connection, then it massively increases the way that plant can then interact with the soil around it, so it can absorb more moisture, it can absorb more nutrients.
It's fascinating once you start looking into it and understanding how important this all is. You know, please don't make the mistake I made. Well, it's just a bit of compost, it really doesn't matter. It does matter.
It does make a difference.
You think about what you're feeding yourself. If you lived your entire life on takeaways and junk food, you would not be healthy, you would not be happy mentally, physically, all of those things. We know the importance of putting the best ingredients in our bodies, and it's exactly the same for your plants. They need these amazing nutrients. They need the ability for their roots to breathe so they can create these nice strong root structures. They need to be able to spread their roots to be able to reach for the nutrients, reach for the water and things, and that's what our premium professional compost allows for your plants to be able to do. Seeds through to trees and everything in between. The only exceptions, as we've said, are those ericaceous loving plants, and we have an ericaceous compost for you on our website. 100125 is the item number for the compost. The deal is you're going to get 100 litres, 2 50-litre bags, makes it a bit easier to transport and move around your garden. Stock up, multi-order, there is no limit on how many bags you can order. If you're somebody who actually wants commercial quantities of compost, we can actually do that for you. You just need to get in touch with our customer services department and say, I need however much. We will work out a special deal for you. All right, let's go back to the Tayberry, because people are loving the Tayberry, and I think I know why. It's a fruit you can't buy in the supermarket. I've never seen it bought in the supermarket anywhere. And this is a really well-established plant in a 1.7 litre pot. We've got old stems on here, which means that you are highly likely to get fruit this year. We can see buds on the ones we've got, and we've got new shoots. Those new shoots are going to be the ones where you get fruits next year. But check out that price. Check out £7.99. £7 saving, £7.19 if you are in the club. If you've been umming and ahhing over which grow your own to try, or you want to add a new grow your own into your collection, this is the time. The Tayberry is the one to go for. I really think at that price, I'm going to add this in. It is a climber, so I'm going to add the tower pot in. We'll talk to that in a minute. But tell us about Tayberry, Adam.
Well, I mean, look at the vigour of this plant as well. Look how lush and green and healthy and vibrant that foliage is. This is a super, super happy plant. As I say, the growth we've got at the moment, the taller growth would have been produced last year, and that's why it's fruiting this year, because they fruit on the previous year's wood. At the base there, where Becca is, are brand new shoots coming. Those shoots are going to produce fruit for you next year. So when you plant this, and it will need wires to support it or trellis work, great thing to do is these stems at the base here, these new ones, train them to the right a little bit. The taller stem on here, which is producing fruit this year, train that to the left. That way you're keeping the previous year's growth separate from the new year's growth. Because at the end of this season, when these stems are finished fruiting, you can cut those away, get rid of those, and then the ones on the right-hand side that have matured and grown, will be in situ to give you fruit next year, and then you can repeat the process over again. Just swap the sides. So
how tall is it going to get, do you think?
they can get to about 5-6 foot tall.
Okay.
The canes. I mean, once the plant matures, obviously the canes get more vigorous as year goes by. So, you know, for the first 2 or 3 years, in fact, what I would probably suggest is for the first year, I might even suggest just leaving this growth on until next year.
Yeah.
Only because the more greenery that's on there to start with, the more photosynthesizing this plant can do. So it helps to get it established.
Yeah.
And then after the 2nd or 3rd year, then you can really get into that pruning regime. But sometimes when something's brand new like this, sometimes it's best to just leave as much on as possible just to get it established and then prune as I suggested. But the great thing about Tayberries is they're a cross. They're a cross between blackberries and raspberries. Raspberries generally are super sweet but quite small.
Yeah.
Whereas blackberries can be really large fruit, but they can be a bit like a bit tart. Crossing the two means you get large fruit but super sweet fruit. So you're getting the best of both worlds. And when you get Tayberries like they are now, and you just pull that fruit and it comes away from that little core in the middle, oh, goodness me, when they're perfectly ripened and warmed by the sun, bursting with vitamins and minerals, gorgeous sweet juice. Look at those. I mean, a bowl of those would be amazing.
When do they crop? Is it end of summertime-ish?
Yeah,
about the same time as blackberries?
Yeah, sort of similar time. Yeah, sort of late summer. Yeah, kind of late summer going into sort of autumn time.
Well, I'm just thinking about the kind of recipes, like... I love an Eton mess, like some kind of Eton mess with a Tayberry included in it. Oh, there you go, I'll make you one of them.
Because it's really lightweight to eat after a heavy meal, isn't it?
Tayberry in there as well will be... I know it's supposed to be traditionally a strawberry thing, but you can add a few other little things in there, can't you?
Yeah. On your Weetabix. Always got thinking different ideas to put on your Weetabix. Other cereals are available.
Other cereals are available.
You might want to use them in a smoothie. You might want to have them with ice cream. You might want to blitz them up with other juices and kind of make a kind of a super kind of vitamin drink or something for yourself. Whoa, do whatever you like.
Sounds delicious to me.
You could probably freeze them as well if you wanted to. If you've got loads, you could freeze them and then I suppose you could make Tayberry jam if you had loads. You could give that a go, couldn't you?
Well, I'm growing it. I'm doing it. £7.99 or £7.19 if you're in the club. It is a really well-established plant. Definitely think about adding that one into your basket. If grow your own is tickling your taste buds, then why not give the Tayberry a go? 310062 is the item number. I think that price is incredible for a very well-established plant. You might want something for it to grow in, and this is what I am going to go for. I'm going to get the tower planter with the trellis included, because obviously this is a climbing plant, so it needs something to climb up. Of course, if you've got an area, a nice sunny spot where you've got a fence or a wall or something that it can grow up, great. But see how excited he got there. But if you need to plant it somewhere, if you need it to grow in something, then the tower planter is a really good idea. It comes to you in a few, look at those roots. It comes to you in 4 different sections. So you've got the pot at the bottom, then you've got this bit of the trellis, this bit of the trellis, and this bit of the trellis. They simply click together, these little bits here. That's where they click into place. Once you plant this in, then it can start growing in, train it. You can train it if you want to, like Adam was saying, get the new shoots going one way, get the older shoots going the other way.
So by the time that's in, you could almost just start with base 1, couldn't you?
You could.
And then in another month's time, put section 2. And then once these little beauties down here really, really get vigorous, you can plonk on section 3.
Absolutely. Anything that climbs can go in these tower planters. It is a double up deal. So, and there's mine. So that's got my, one of them. That's got my wisteria in it. The wisteria is just starting to bud up. It's looking like it's ready to go. I'm going to start getting foliage back on there. I've got a wisteria in one of these tower pots. I've got a jasmine in another. I've planted 2 other tower pots with my sweet peas in. I'm obviously going to get another one now and grow a Tayberry in, and I also have a flame lily on the windowsill that I'm hoping is going to sprout, so I need another tower pot. Go for the double up deal, 130461. It works out at just under £20 each rather than £25 each.
If you get many more of them, you're going to need planning permission.
I know, it's a bit many, isn't it? My garden isn't that big. But genuinely, I'm going to have to move house soon to make more space in the garden.
That's a good thing. You're going up,
I know,
not
I'm going up,
outwards.
not out, which is great.
So you're taking advantage of vertical space, not so you can get more in.
Absolutely. And do you know what? If things aren't looking great, you can hide it, which is the great thing about the
and
towel
you
pot.
need about that much gap between each towel pot to get around them as well. So
I might create a bit where I can have one on the ground.
Oh, you could stack
and then
them up
one,
on blocks or
stack them up.
Yeah, that would be
Create
good.
a proper full display. Anyway, we're going to move on to the rhododendron Nova Zembla, which is absolutely beautiful. But we're going to throw to a little videotape here because we had the wonderful Dave the Plant Man. Dave the Plant Man was here in the potting shed. You might have seen him. He's got like 100,000 followers on Instagram. He's been in horticulture, a bit like you, all his life, working in gardens and things. And he was here with Sean talking about the Nova Zembla.
Well, I'm really sorry I can't be here on Sunday's show. I'm at QVC at 5 in the afternoon, so I hope you can join me then. But I am here with Dave the Plant Man. Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Now, this is a stunning rhododendron. It's been around decades, this one, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is one of the old winners from the past. When I first started in the nursery industry, we always used to import rhododendron Nova Zembla. So really, it's been going a long time. Now, what this is a hybrid rhododendron. So it's the one with the really big flowers, and it can get quite tall. It can grow 2 meters easily, this one, because it's a hybrid. And then you've got these really big flowers. It's a ericaceous plant, which means...
I've only just learned to spell that, by the way.
Well, I can't spell it. It's an ericaceous plant, so it likes to be planted in an acid soil. They're shallow rooting. They will live in... Because they've got big, thick, leathery green leaves, they can stand quite a bit of shade as well. So...
Do they need to avoid... I'm always unsure about this, but do they need to avoid the hot afternoon sun, Dave, or...?
Not really.
No?
They live in sunshine and they live in shade. They're a tough plant, very tough plant. It's like everything, they just don't like drying out. You can put this into a pot, but it will get too big in about, I'd say, depends on the size of the pot, but it will get too big for a pot eventually. It's a big grower. This is a back of the border rhododendron, or you keep it in a pot for so many years.
And the flowers, they're so bright on this one, aren't they?
Oh, massive big red flowers on it, pinky red flowers.
And there's loads, you can see, there's loads of buds coming.
Oh yeah, and these pointy things here, these are the big fat flower buds that are going to burst and send up all the colour.
And I'm just counting here, there must be at least 30 on there.
Yeah. Some of these smaller ones might be leaf buds. Now, interesting fact about these
here we go.
Is that as soon as it's finished flowering, crack the flower off and make sure there's no seed heads left on, because that way it will produce more shoots and more leaves and better flowers
and
next
more flowers, yeah.
Instead of wasting its energy growing seed. So you should always crack off and deadhead rhododendrons after they've flowered. Interesting fact.
Interesting fact. Yeah, that's our lovely Dave the Gardener and Sean when he went out into the nursery. That show, by the way, he was here talking all about roses. It's Harkness roses, and he was... I need to go back and watch that show because it was really, really interesting. You know, how to prune, like loads of stuff.
Yeah, and Harkness are such a huge, long-established rose-grown company. Incredible, and they're bred some most stunningly gorgeous roses.
Stunning ones, aren't they?
Amazing.
I remember going to the Chelsea Flower Show last year and being just blown away by the stand there. I need to book my ticket again for this year.
I'm not going to name the other one, but there's two massive names in the rose industry.
You'll know what he's talking about.
And Harkness is one of them. Yeah, definitely.
Yep, 511096 is the item number. It's just £14.99. Or £13.49 if you are in the club. They are all like this, massive, great big fat buds on them. Buying them now is the perfect time because you'll get them home just at the right moment, just before they burst into bloom for you. All right, let's talk about these beautiful pansies, shall we? Because these are the berries and cream. These are the garden readies. These are the ridiculously hardy plants, aren't they?
They are. Flower for yonks and yonks and yonks and yonks. These trail as well. These are kind of a bit of a trailing kind of pansy as well, the cool wave.
Yep.
So, they're not like Sophinias, but they do kind of tumble and trail a little bit. Oh, fabulous for hanging baskets, great for putting in the edge of really tall pots so they can sort of tumble and trail over the side. Really, really hardy. In fact, I think I read somewhere they can go down to -25.
-25, absolutely.
Well, you're not even going to find anywhere in the UK that gets to -25 most winters or any winter. But look at that one, Bex. The colour, look how deep and rich and gorgeous is that colour. I mean, like velvet, isn't it? I mean, wow, stunning, absolutely stunning. And root system, look, fantastic root system there, full of buds already, lots of little buds coming.
Yeah.
So such a happy plant. You can get these out now, you can get these established. These will keep flowering for at least another kind of month or so. And then sort of pansies tend to do as the weather really, really warms up, they kind of go into a little bit of a little bit of a sleep. They kind of just sort of lay back a little bit and have a bit of a chill out. And then as the autumn starts to approach again and the days start to shorten and cool down, bang, they spring back to life. They start flowering, and then they're going to give you that colour, that fragrance as well, because they do have, it's not an overwhelming fragrance, but they do have quite a sweet little fragrance once you get your nose kind of into there. And then they give you colour, like through autumn, through winter, all the way through to the following spring. But just pansies that have the most daft and ridiculous amount of flowers. And I like the fact that some are a solid colour, like that sort of almost black one there, and then others are sort of the bicolour ones, and some are even tricoloured as well.
Yeah, they're really, really pretty flowers, and it is the colour mix here, the berries and cream. You know, we do pansy cool waves, but we also do pansy cool waves, and that's the berries and cream mix. It's a really classy mixture of colours that you've got going on there, and I think that's why that's one of the most popular ones that we do. Because those lovely purples and pinks and lilacs and little flecks of yellow in there really do make those stand apart. 410112 is the item number. You're getting 10 garden-ready plants, and they are garden-ready, right? We can plant those out now.
Goodness me, yeah, pansies, yeah, well, -25 they'll go to. Yeah, get them home, out the box, boom, straight into the garden.
That's what garden-ready means. Generally, when we bring you a garden-ready plant, it means that it's been grown on to a size that it means it's ready for it to be planted out. I am going to caveat that slightly. There are a few garden-ready sizes that we bring you that still need a bit of protection from frost. So as much as they're garden-ready, your garden might not be ready. But these ones, they can go out. It's not a problem at all.
Yeah, because these are not like your average bedding. These are hardy bedding plants, as opposed to sort of semi-hardy or, something like that. So.
Exactly. All right, so that is your Pansy Cool Wave Berries and Cream, 410112. Hydrangea paniculata, though, I'm a big fan. Right, the hydrangea I've got in my garden is not a paniculata. It's beautiful though, but I do love the paniculata. It's those big, conical, ice cream cone shaped, densely packed flower heads. And this one I think really is stunning with the colour of the flowers. Yeah,
this is dramatic, this one as well. That kind of reddy, pinky kind of flowers that sort of gradually fade as the flower kind of matures. But, oh, yeah, goodness me, just absolutely stunning. And just the mix there even of the kind of the deep pink and then the flushes of white as well. And what I like about hydrangea paniculata types, I was at a garden, a place called Hatfield Heath last week. There's probably about 20, 25, 30 hydrangea paniculatas that we've put in. And I got there, and it was my first visit of the year, and they were about waist height, and I don't want them that tall. So all I did was simply got my secateurs, chopped them down by about 2/3.
Yeah.
Now, if you did that with your mop head hydrangeas, flowers gone, that's it. They're not going to flower again for another year or so. Great thing about paniculata ones is the new growth that comes up will flower this year, the same year.
Wow, okay.
So no worries about pruning these. Paniculata types are the easiest to prune. So get these in your garden this year. Next spring, if they're too tall, cut them down to where you want them to be. And then they'll flower on that same wood. If you don't want to cut them back, just leave them and they'll grow again from where they started last year and get even taller. The option's up to you, but it's the simplicity of them. That's what I love. None of this kind of, sometimes with the mop head ones, it's like, oh, you've got to take a third away one year and a third away another year.
I think this is what I've got in my garden. I'm clearly going to get it wrong, aren't I? I'm going to prune it at the wrong time. I'm going to cut away the flowers.
And You can, again, leave the flower heads on through the winter because they have these wonderful, once the flowers have died, they still retain their structure and they look absolutely amazing in the winter time when they're covered in frost or snow, for example. And sometimes those flower heads will kind of harvest little kind of... well, I'm going to say it like pests and green fly and stuff in the winter, which is a good thing because when I've seen those flower heads on them in the wintertime, you get the little blue tits, the little wrens. They're always, because they're always finding those little grubs and eggs and and of course, so you're feeding the birds as well in the wintertime. Those dried structured flower heads are looking magnificent in the winter sun with the low sun and the frost on them. And then when you get to next spring and you're fed up with them,
chop it up,
chop them down to the height you want. New growth comes up, flowers the same year, but stunningly easy to grow, stunningly beautiful, just an amazing plant.
3 of those included for you as well. 511 421. They should be £9.99 each, but not today. They are basically working out a lot less than that. I was going to do it, but I couldn't do the sums. £6.66 each. Thank you. £10 saving included on that one. Of course, it's going to be less if you're in the club because you get a 10% discount. It's well worth thinking about joining our club. We have over 40,000 members of that club. They can't all be wrong, can they?
No, definitely not. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of deluded people if that many people were wrong, to be honest. So.
All right, so Lupin Gallery collection is what we're moving on to next. 3 gorgeous colours included in here. And we love this collection because lupins can traditionally just get a bit too tall and a bit leggy, but not with this one.
These get to about 50, 60 centimetres. Lovely, stout, thick stems on these as well, so they support themselves really, really well. But it's just the sheer beauty and glory and stature and yumminess of these plants that I really like. I mean, lupins are just so incredibly pretty. Even the foliage is lovely, that divine foliage. Oh, and I'll tell you a weird thing about lupins, which kind of got me when I was a kid. You're looking at the foliage for week after week after week, and you're not really noticing any flower. And then all of a sudden you go out one day and you just start to see, just emerging above the foliage, this kind of little flower head. And you kind of part the foliage and look down and say, oh, there is flower spike coming up. And then you look a little bit further down, there's little baby flower spikes at the base of the main flower spike. Then all of a sudden, within a couple of 2 or 3 weeks, those flower spikes emerge triumphantly above the foliage. They start to open up and boom, they just give you this explosion of joyful colour. You've got the bicoloured one there with the purple and white. You've got the solid colours as well. And then, once the main flower spike is finished, you can cut that off and the little side ones take over. And then, even after that, you can then cut the foliage down to about 3 or 4 inches, give them a liquid feed and a water, and more often than not, they send up another lot of stems and will give you another flush of flower probably 4 to 6 weeks later. So you get a double flowering season on these. But we had, I can't remember the gentleman's name, we had a gentleman ask us last week about these lupins, do they need staking? These ones don't, because they are compact and self-supporting, so you haven't got to sort of worry about staking them unless you're in a really, really windy position. These do well in pots if you want to grow them in pots, but just simple, easy plants to grow, but they just give drama, they give joy, they just bring colour, and they're brilliant for kids as well. I'm saying that because I remember being fascinated by lupins as a kid. They were just one of those plants that really kind of enthralled me and sort of beguiled me, and I'm sure, if you've got children or grandchildren, they would love to grow lupins as well. Yeah,
for sure. You are getting all 3 of those gorgeous colours included. You don't have to pick which one, you will get all 3 of them, and I think they're a beautiful selection. I definitely think you should plant them together. Don't plant them individually. I think they'll be lonely.
Oh,
you want to plant them in a little group together and have those gorgeous colours together. 560709 is the item number. That's a big saving as well, isn't it? £15 saving, £14.97. Obviously take 10% off that if you're in the club, just £13.47. Now then, we're going to move on to Buddleia berries and cream. They are getting 3 of these included in here. Now it might be that you don't actually have space for 3 of these because these are the the big ones, and they're great. They're fantastic for how tall they will reach and inviting all the pollinators into your garden. If you haven't got a space for all three, do consider gifting one. Perhaps this would be a lovely gift to give to, you know, a friend, a neighbour, somebody else.
Yeah, well, I know what you think about Buddleias, Bex, and they do make a fantastic plant in the garden. You know, they can get to about 2.5 metres tall, these ones. So if you've got a big space that you want to fill, if you want drama, if you want colour, if you want fragrance, if you want to bring in the butterflies, the pollinated insects, oh, goodness me, these are definitely the plants to grow. They need minimum...
They really are. They're known as the butterfly bush, aren't they?
Yeah, butterfly bush. They grow like weeds, honestly. They are just one of the simplest, easiest shrubs to grow.
But you can hack them back as well, can't you? Like if you kill a Buddleia, to be honest, you should get a medal, because they're just ridiculously tough, aren't they?
Well, it's weird things you say. I think rail tracks spend literally millions of pounds every year trying to kill because Buddleias love to grow on all those gravel chippings along the sides of railways. They originate from China, Buddleias, and they used to grow in very they grow in very stony, gravelly areas in China. So when they got brought to the UK and they escaped onto the railway tracks, it's like, oh, this is great. It's like being at home. It's like, you know, home from home. And they just grow in huge, great big thickets, and they literally spend millions every year trying to weed killer them, chop them back, burn them, dig them out, and they still keep coming back.
They're so tough.
They're so resilient.
So hardy. So my friends, I always say this when I'm talking about Buddleias, but they've got a static caravan on one of these country parks, and of course they're all quite close together, aren't they? And they've got this lovely little garden, but they actually use Buddleia as a great screen between the gardens, because what they do is they chop it right back almost to ground level every year, but every year without fail, because it's really vigorous, really fast growing. It comes up and it works as a beautiful screen between their little garden and next door's garden. Bees, butterflies, humming around it. It's absolutely brilliant, super easy to grow, has our winter hardy guarantee. If you kill it, I'll give you a medal personally. £14.97 there. Basically, it's a half price deal. 511342. Enter the code YGTV1324. That's how you get the savings. Always, 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 please use our offer code, because you get a free gift, plus it unlocks all of those deals and savings and things. Right, this is one that we haven't shown you all week, and this is a brilliant one. Firm favourite, isn't it, Lily of the Valley?
You know what?
The fragrance from Lily of the Valley. You can smell the picture.
I can smell the picture. Honestly, I can smell it, because I can just memorise the fragrance.
It's beautiful,
It's kind of weird that you can actually memorise a fragrance, isn't it?
Well, no, your sense of smell is the most powerful, isn't it, for bringing back memories?
Yes, yeah.
It's the most powerful thing, and it will instantly transport you to 50 years ago.
Well, it's kind of weird. Just recently, I was cutting somebody's front lawn for the first time, and the postman walked past and he went, "Oh, freshly cut grass!
Smell.
I love that smell." And I don't smell it anymore. I've got so used to it. I'm immune to it. But yeah, that kind of all those kind of smells take you back. And Lily of the Valley definitely takes me back to my childhood, because I remember in my mum's garden when I was a kid, we had a huge patch of Lily of the Valley that every spring came up, and these wonderful, wonderful little stems that come up, and they kind of they curve over at the top, kind of like little kind of shepherd's crooks, that little twisty over at the top.
They're beautiful.
Oh, they are stunning, and the fragrance from them is divine. It's probably one of the most gorgeous, sumptuous, sweet, lovely fragrances of any flowering plant on Earth, in my opinion.
Tell us about pips.
Pips. Well, pips are the kind of little roots or rhizomes that the actual plants come from. In fact, what we could do, Bex, we could actually...
open one up. Let's have a look.
Let's open one up. There we go. What I'm going to do...
Ooh, so we've got little shoots on here as well.
Yeah, so there we go. So these are the kind of little...
it's all right, make a mess. We're in a potting shed, it really doesn't matter.
These are the kind of little root systems. This is what we're going to supply you with. So you can already see, look, all the little kind of shoots coming. And they send almost like little rhizomes. Little rhizomes are basically kind of horizontal roots that run underground. And once these become established, they do spread out and they form like quite a nice big clump. So you basically sort of plant these, so the soil is just coming up to just about the purple bit on each stem. And the thing with Lily of the Valley as well, I'm going to plonk them down there for you. The thing with Lily of the Valley, what's important to do is to plant them somewhere moist.
Yes.
That doesn't dry out in summer. I know a lot of people have tried Lily of the Valley and they say to me, Oh, I've always wanted to grow lily-of-the-valley. I've tried for years. I can never get them to grow, can never get them to flower. I've got mine on my north-facing border in my garden, and I actually have to start pulling some of them out because they've gone.
They've spread so far.
They've spread so far,
Wow.
but they're really, really happy. I went for a walk in a bluebell wood a couple of 2 or 3 years back as well, and there were natural lily-of-the-valley growing there. It's the first time I've ever seen them growing in the wild. So you get the feeling they like those sort of damp, cool, humusy kind of rich woodly kind of soils.
Under a canopy.
That's it, under a canopy.
Do you know, I've got the perfect spot in my garden.
But somewhere where the soil always stays moist. They don't mind being really wet in the winter, but as long as they don't totally dry out in the summer and they've got a little bit of dappled shade, not full sun, and they'll really thrive. And
Are they herbaceous? Do they disappear?
Yeah, they disappear in the autumn. Actually, the leaves turn a really lovely buttery yellow in the autumn,
Wow.
and then they just literally collapse. And sometimes, when you go to clear them, you just see this sort of skeletonized leaf on the ground. You can just clip those away, and then next spring, as you can see with the pips here, you see the little shoots come up. The foliage comes up first, and then the flower spikes appear. I actually pick some of mine, and they don't, I mean, I'll be honest with you again, they don't last super long indoors as cut flowers, but I get about 3 or 4 days out of them, but I pick about 5 or 6 little flower spikes.
But it's lovely to bring that fragrance
yeah,
inside,
I've got a tiny
even if it's
little
for a
vase.
short amount of time.
Yeah, and I just do this little posy of them, and I kind of put it on the side unit in the living room, and you sort of walk into the living room after work, it's like,
that smell.
Gorgeous,
Yeah.
So easy to grow, providing they're always kept moist, but other than that, really, straightforward.
Lovely. All right, well, we do have a double up deal, so you can get 10 pips if you want to. That would be £9.99. Or if you put 2 in your basket and enter the code YGTV1324, you can get 20 of those pips delivered home. Very going to recommend that you that you plant these out as soon as possible, because you don't want those pips to dry out too much. They're not they're not like bulbs where you can leave them sat on the side for a while. You do need to plant them fairly quickly. 580050 is the item number. Just make sure you enter the code if you're doing that double up deal. Right, let's just give you a quick reminder of those items that you've just seen. First off, it is the Pansy Cool Wave, the berries and cream mix. These are garden-ready plants. They are ridiculously hardy. You can absolutely plant these out right now. There is no need to wait, because these are hardy down to something stupid like -25. Glorious colour mix, very sort of rich, designer, high-end, with those beautiful velvety purples and lilacs and whites with those dots of yellow that really do stand out. Absolutely adore these, and they are one of our customer favourites. £11.69 if you're in the club. There is a saving on there, so make sure you put the code in order to access that saving. Now then, hydrangea, the Diamant Rouge. Now this is a paniculata hydrangea, so what you get here are very big, imposing in the best possible way, conical, ice cream cone shaped flowers here in the most delightful shade of, I mean, it's a glorious pink, isn't it? It's kind of a reddy pink colour. I think it's beautiful. And you get this fading as well happening. So you get the fading into the creams and the whites on that. I think it's super interesting, and you are getting 3 of those included. £10 saving there, so £17.97 if you are in the club. Please do think about joining our club. We have over 40,000 members, and it gives you a 10% discount on pretty much everything. Pots, plants, compost, all of it. YGTV1324 is your offer code for this week. That's how you access your savings. Lupins. We've got the gallery collection, which means that they're a bit shorter, basically. They're robust, they're vigorous, they're hardy. They'll come back for you year after year, but they don't get as tall, as long, as leggy as traditional lupins. Because they're shorter, it means that they probably shouldn't, well, they definitely won't need staking like other lupins would. Love all the colours, but I think this one is super, super interesting. Half price deal essentially on here. You're saving £15. It's just £14.97 for all 3 of those, and an extra 10% if you're in the club. 560709. And of course, you can get your buddleia as well. So this is the buddleia berries and cream. 3 of those in the 9cm pots. Another one where we're giving you basically a half price deal, £15 saving if you enter the code YGTV1324. Now, buddleias, they are phenomenal at inviting butterflies in particular, but pollinators in general into your garden. It's known as the butterfly bush because it's irresistible to them. You get these lovely long flowers on here, so clusters of flowers that can reach 8 inches in length and hundreds of flowers on each of those. The growth habit of it is fast, it's vigorous, it can be used as a wonderful screening between areas, but it's very much about inviting those pollinators in. £5 each, basically. It's an amazing price. 511 342 is your item number, but the code is what unlocks all of those savings. Now, one of the most popular items on the show, and I'm so pleased, it's my top tip for the entire show, and that is the Euphorbia, the Miner's Merlo. That's mine. That video I did just a few days ago, just Monday or Tuesday this week, there it is, looking absolutely glorious. And do you know what I've done to it? Absolutely nothing. I planted it, I left it. It gets an occasional watering and maybe an occasional feed, but that is it. I promise you, I've done nothing else to it. It is incredible. It stands out, it's beautiful. These deeper coloured red foliage plants are so valuable in our gardens because they really do highlight the other green foliage, and it against the green foliage really highlights this. And those lovely frothy kind of lime green yellow flowers do really stand out against this. Highly, highly recommend this one. From my personal point of view, it has been an amazing plant in my garden, and you're going to get 3 of these. Another half-price deal. What is it with these half-price deals? We've got so many of them. Just make sure you use the code YGTV1324 because that's how the savings will be accessed. And the other really popular item on the show, maybe it's because you are buying them together, we did recommend this. Underplant your Euphorbia with your Sedum because the contrast of that foliage there, I just think that is a knockout combination. You're going to get 3 of those sedums. These are incredibly versatile. They were also Chelsea Flower Show winner, Plant of the Year in 2019. Now that is one heck of an accolade to get Plant of the Year at the Chelsea Flower Show. Are you kidding me? Hello. 3 of those included. You can underplant, you can put them in a pot all by themselves, you can put them into borders, you can put them into rockeries. They grow, they don't mind being baked by the sun. They'll cope in a bit of shade. You get such mixture of colours, beautiful variegation. Lovely little frothy yellow flowers on there as well. They are an incredible plant. I can see why they won Plant of the Year. Now this one's a huge saving. This one's more than half price saving. Saving £17 here, down from nearly 30 to £12.97. Remember, you'll get 10% discount if you are in the club as well. 560609 is your item number. Now, one of our amazing deals that we've got going on at the moment is the Oleander, the shades of pink, the bush this one is. It's in a 15 centimetre pot. It's amazingly established already. But what this is going to add into your garden is just some of the most delightful colour, fragrance, holiday feels, and it is a buy one, get one free. Evergreen, luscious, beautiful foliage, and then right the way through from like now all the way through to probably October, maybe even into November. It depends on where we live, obviously, and how mild it is. But they will give you flowers for such a long time. And despite growing freely in hot Mediterranean countries, we can actually grow them very easily here in the UK. They are winter hardy down to about -5. And as they mature and establish, obviously their hardiness gets a bit stronger. So they've got plenty of time over the summer to establish. Highly recommend keeping them in pots because then you can easily look after them over winter if you need to. But super, super easy, very little pruning and maintenance required, and incredibly drought tolerant once they get established. They grow freely down the sides of roads in hot Mediterranean countries. Of course, they are drought tolerant. 680027 is your item number. Do get hold of those. Those are very, very popular. And the Tayberry, yeah, love it. £7.99. Was it? It's a mixture of a blackberry and a raspberry. That's what you're getting. Lovely, big, elongated fruits here. So you've got the best of both. You've got the lovely sweetness, juiciousness. I'm making up words now. And large fruits. 1.7 litre pot. You've got new canes on there, you've got old canes on there. So, and we're seeing flower buds on the one that we've got here in the potting shed. You are highly likely to get fruits this year, but for many years to come, definitely think about going for the tower pot to go with it, because it does need something to climb up. Of course, you can create your own climbing structure at home if you want to, but the tower pot, if you want something freestanding, would be a good addition. That's just £7.19 if you're in the club. I love that item. I think I'm going to go for that myself. 310062 is the item number. Did you write all those down? What are you ordering today? Let us know if you are placing an order. We do have an email address you can send any pictures or any comments or anything to. Stu's just put the details on the bottom of the screen there. We'd love your questions, we'd love your comments, we'd love to know what you're ordering, we'd love to know what's going on in your garden right now. Do get in touch with us. Right, Torino planters, the light copper. These ones here, I buy one, get two. That's these. So these are probably the most affordable item that we have on the show. It's a great deal. Now we've got buy one, get one free, like the oleander. That's great, isn't it? Love anything that's free. I love a freebie.
I love pound shops.
Yeah.
I got that in a pound shop.
Where it's not always a pound. But this is a buy one, get two free. So if you want 3 of these, put 1 in your basket, enter the code YGTV1324, and we will put another 2 in your basket for you. If you want 6 of these, put 2 in your basket, and then enter the code and see what happens. Because we'll enter an extra 4 into your basket, so you'll get 6 home. I highly recommend multi-ordering on these, because I just think this size of pot is just a really handy little pot to have, isn't it?
Yeah, they're great. And for small pots, they've got huge character. That's the thing. I mean, the colour is great. They've got that sort of antique-y, burnished look to them. I like the recurve lip around the top there as well. Even the kind of little brick pattern along the top. And then those kind of vertical, horizontal lines around the base there as well. I like the way they're tapered. You've got the drainage holes. They are just really elegant. And I can't believe from the heart that I'm saying that, because I'm always honest when I'm on shopping telly. I used to hate plastic pots. I didn't like plastic pots
me too.
at all.
I was the same.
I look at them, especially with my eyes, if from not a very great distance, I would not know they were not metallic.
No.
Until I actually physically picked them up.
Well, I think it's really handy as well. These, they look beautiful, obviously, but I think it's really handy to have these sorts of things. Like, for example, pretend that the viburnum is in a pot, will you? But if you want to, like, create this sort of tiered display underneath, this is what I do a lot with my pots. I put shorter pots in front of taller pots and create that lovely kind of tiered display going on. So I think having this size is really, really interesting for that. You can line them up on the tables that you've got outside at the moment that you're not sitting on. If you've got a set of steps, you can put them either side and edge the steps. You've got a set of step ladders. I love these displays that people are doing at the moment, just on step ladders and putting pots all up them. Obviously, you can put them side by side. You can fit more in than you can with round pots because they won't butt up to each other. I just think there's so many things. They're incredibly versatile and they're just a brilliant price. I nearly scored there. 130272 is your item number. Enter 1 into your basket. Put the code in. We'll put another 2 in. Multi-order if you can as well. Are we going to talk about viburnum? I've got viburnum beetle, Adam. I've got viburnum beetle.
Don't worry, we can deal with that.
I'm going to deal with it. I've got some nematodes. Nematodes?
Oh, nematodes. Yes.
Nematodes.
Yeah, those
I've ordered some nematodes.
Yeah. No.
That's going to kill it. Don't you worry.
Yeah. Oh, the nematodes. Yeah, they'll get in there and they'll biological control. They'll predate on them and that'll be the end.
Fragrance.
And this is Eve Price. Now, Viburnum tinus, super tough shrub. Mad crazy, frost tolerant. This shrub grows all over the UK, and Eve Price is probably one of the most popular ones. These flowers are already quite a long way out, but when Eve Price are in bud, the flower buds are pink, like a really bright pink colour. and you almost think the flower's going to be pink, but then as the buds...
Some of them start off pink, and then you get
pink blush.
pink blush, and then you get the white.
That's it.
So it's really interesting when it starts to bud, because you get these deep maroon coloured pink buds, and then they open up, and some of them are blush pink, and then others are white, and you just get this gorgeous mixture on the same plant.
Just like you can see there, just like that. Yeah, I mean, beautiful. You can see those lovely pink buds, and then they kind of, as you say, open with little hints of pink, and then they turn to this lovely pure white, fragrant flowers. And this is an evergreen shrub as well. So, there we go, Becca. Look, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. So the sort of like little pink buds, almost look like cloves, don't they? Those little kind of flower buds there. And then they explode into these sort of flat heads, almost like miniature cow parsley kind of flower heads on there as well. Evergreen, and then once the flowers have gone, you actually get heads of blackberries as well, which are really attractive. And this is quite an unusual shrub, this as well, because I used to have a viburnum in my old garden where I used to live in Bishop Stortford, a really big one at the end of the garden, and it always had flower on it all through the year. Now, spring was its main time, but then autumn it would have another sort of flush of flowers, but any one time there was always an odd kind of flower here and there, so it always had sort of some interest. But yeah, I mean, you can leave this is a standard as well, which is great, because that's great for space saving, because if you planted an Eve Price viburnum straight into the ground, they can become quite big shrubs.
Yes.
And they kind of produce slight little thickets sometimes as well, so that would take up a lot of space. But again, now you can have the beauty of viburnum, you can have the evergreen foliage, you can have the white fragrant flowers, you can have the lovely blackberries, but you can have that 3 floors up on a balcony. You don't need a huge space.
I always like to point out on this as well, the quality of the standard as well here, because I want you to see the 90-degree aspect that we've got here. Look, 90 degrees out to the side. 90 degrees, that way, 90 degrees out to the side. And then when you come up here, 90 degrees, and the same on the other side, 90 degrees on that side as well. Can you see that? Honestly, I think that is true craftsmanship. When you get in there and you see how that has been pruned and shaped
and pinched out.
Like, that is true plantmanship, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not just been kind of left
that's incredible.
And this isn't grafted either. So what they would have done is they would have grown a straight stem of this, and then they were kind of what they call debudded it all the way up the stem as it grew. And then, in fact, I'm doing this with a laburnum in my own garden at the moment.
It's incredible.
And then when it gets to the top, what they would have done is then cut the top off. And you can see that from the little bit in the middle there from donkey's years ago, where they originally cut the top off.
Cut that out.
And that's encouraged side shoots. But they've not just allowed a kind of an amorphous mass of side shoots just come out all over the place. They've selectively chosen which of those side shoots to keep.
True craftsmanship, isn't it?
Because if you imagine, it is craftsmanship. Yeah, I mean, it's.
I was trying to take the gender out, but never mind. It's craftsmanship.
Craftspersonship, absolutely. But if it left to its own devices, it might have just had masses of shoots one way and not another. But as you say, Bex, the way they've allowed kind of these to come out all the way round the main stem.
I think it's fascinating, honestly. That 90 degree that way, 90 degree that way, and again when you get to the next bit, that's taken some serious thought and attention.
And the overall effect is you get a nice sort of globe effect. You get a ball shaped at the top, not something lopsided. Let's have a look at the. Let's do it. Yeah, good root system again there as well. Lovely root system on that, which is good. So
there's a lovely little bug crawling around there.
Oh, that's good. That means the soil's alive. Oh, yeah, there's a little millipede.
Little millipede.
There he is. Oh, he doesn't like the light.
Oh, I like it.
Run, millipede, run. So, right.
He's gone.
I'll put you back in the dark.
Put him back.
But no, that's good, because that shows that all the sort of the biodynamics in that soil
absolutely love it.
All working really, really well, which is fantastic. But yeah, a really handsome shrub, a shrub that always looks good any time of year. And another one of those as well, you could put like some little Christmas lights on at Christmas as well.
Yeah,
make it all
totally.
And lovely.
I mean, evergreen, winter interest, flowers, fragrance, berries. We were bringing you this back in end of October, early November, and we keep bringing it back. We're now near the end. We're not in April yet, are we? It's April tomorrow.
Tomorrow, goodness.
It's April tomorrow, and this is still absolutely fan-flippin'-tastic. It really is such a good plant to have, and it's in that gorgeous standard, which I just think is really elegant and high-end. It's 510191 is the item number. If you can stretch to 2 of those, ooh, either side of something will be absolutely amazing. Just £26.99 if you are in the club. Right, we're going to go and talk to you about Boulevard Patio Clematis. You are getting 3 different colours, varieties included here. I've got one of these. I've got the purple one. Nubia, Olympia and Pompeii are the names. Couldn't tell you which colour is which though. I've got the purple one, whichever one the purple one is, and I've got it in this. So let's start off with the Boulevards first of all,
let's move that one out of the way, because this one, these are the same 3 that we've been bringing you every week.
Yeah.
And this one has gone...
That one's gone crazy, hasn't it?
That's gone berserk. So you can already see, if this was in the middle of this, you could already see, that would be, twisting around that. It would be kind of... And
look at the flower buds.
Yeah, look at the flower buds. I mean, flower buds on this already.
I need to check mine out. I'll bet there's flowers coming on mine.
But the clematis did this really weird thing as well, because the leaves modify themselves to become tendrils. So what will happen is, as soon as one of these leaves touches a piece of this trellis,
yes,
then that middle part of the leaf
around,
extends and curves and just hooks on. So this will self-support itself on this really, really well. But the great thing about these Boulevard clematis is, you might be thinking, oh, don't be silly, Adam.
It's a small pot, that's not going to work.
12, 8, 15, 20 foot tall. It's going to, we know clematis are berserk kind of climbers. These have been bred by Raymond Everson in the UK to be super compact clematis. Only gets about 1 metre tall, so brilliant for the tower pots. But even with this, we're talking about 1 metre going straight up, but of course you don't need to let it grow vertically. You can twist. We have the opposite ways in, didn't we? You went that way with it. It's like, so you can let that twist and twirl and kind of move around this. And how elegant would that be? Because again, these have been bred to be flowering low down.
Yeah.
And
but that's the other thing. So they're nice and compact, but they flower along the length of the stem. So other clematis, they flower right up at the top, and often you lose the flowers, don't you? Because they go over the top of the fence and over into your neighbour's garden.
It disappeared the other side.
But not with this one.
But with this one, I mean, for instance, on here, there's flower buds on the end of this one. And in the axils of the leaves, there's flower buds coming. But also, there's a much shorter stem down here at the front that's also got a flower bud on.
Yep.
And look at this little dinky one. Look, this has got flowers on.
Oh, look at that fat bud.
It's got a fat bud there, but even if I turn it round this way, almost like, oh, that one's been broken, but you can see, oh, there's now. But,
broke it now.
But that was right down there at the very base. There, I'm going to put that bud down there. You can see it. Look, that bud was right down at the very base there. Yeah. So they do flower from right low down, which is good because, as you were just saying just now, you're not going to end up with clematis that just got flowers right at the top. So when you grow them in this gorgeous container, when you grow them in your tower pot, you're going to get flower all the way round. You're going to get that 360 degree of colour. Yeah,
it's beautiful, nice and compact, nice full-size flowers as well. Just because it's compact clematis doesn't mean you're getting smaller flowers. You are getting still regular, standard, beautiful sized clematis flowers. 3 different colours included for you. So the Nubia is the red, Pompeii is the blush, and Olympia is the purple. Olympia is the one that I've got growing in my garden in this pot. That one there, beautiful.
That is an absolutely gorgeous colour, isn't it? That is really stunning.
So 550371 is your item number. If you want something to grow them up, we're going to recommend 2 things for you. First of all, you could go for your tower pot. I would recommend, if you're going for the tower pot, to put all 3 in the same tower pot.
That'd be good.
Because that'll look amazing. They'll all just sort of mingle into each other and they will look absolutely fantastic. Or you could go for this, which is called, I always forget the name of this one. What's it called, Stu? Eclipse. Why do I always forget the name of that? This is the Eclipse Tower planter. So it's got the cage with the trellis at the top of that. It's the perfect size for one of those little clematis because, as we say, it'll get to 1 metre tall, but it'll wind round rather than going directly up. So you'll get a lovely kind of pyramid of colour up there. If you want 3 of them, then I'm afraid you're going to have to buy 4, if you see what I mean. We don't have to. But if you want the best value, you could go for 4 because it's on a double-up deal. So you can get 1 for £9.99 or 2 for £14.98. So if you do just want to go for 3, then put 3 in your basket, if you see what I mean. Put the code in, you'll get a bit of a saving off there. Or maybe go for 4 and then you'll have a spare one. You can find something else to plant in it. 130133 is the item number for those. Those are the best price we have ever done. They are on clearance, so I think once these are gone, they're never coming back again. So we've got plenty for now. We're fine for the time being. Or we've got enough for now.
Bonnie Tyler planters, you won't forget them.
What, go on.
Total Eclipse of the Heart.
I was going to say turnaround, so that's the wrong one, isn't it? Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Yeah. Might help, might not.
If I'd have got the song reference, that would have been funny, wouldn't it? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so 130133 is the item number for the Eclipse Square planters. Shall we go on holiday? Shall we go to the Sahara?
Well, these are called Begonia Sahara, but they wouldn't do very well in the Sahara.
No,
they'd be very frazzled and sizzled in quite a short time. These are one, again, of my favourite bedding plants. I grew these all the time as a kid. They flower all summer long, and they have this kind of strange habit as well. Towards the autumn, they actually start to really take on even more kind of vigour and flower even more. Hundreds, if not thousands of flowers all the way through to the first frost. Really easy to grow, great for sunny positions, shady positions, great for damp soil. In fact, just one of those bedding plants that you can grow almost anywhere, Bex, to be honest.
Yeah, they really don't mind, do they? Bit of sun, bit of shade. You know, begonias, we know, are one of our customer favourites. And the reason, I think, is obviously you've got a beautiful mixture of plants, of shades, of colours, but it's because they're quite easy to grow. It doesn't matter whether they're going to go into a sunny or shady spot. They don't require you to mollycoddle them and constantly deadhead and, you know, look after them all summer long. They're super, super easy.
Yeah, I mean, they are dead easy as well. And also, another good thing about them is I like the fact that the leaves are different colours. You know, some have got those sort of purpley leaves, some have got just the bright green leaves. And so even from a foliage perspective, and it's a bit of a common thing really, because we bring you lots of different types of begonias, and we generally always tend to point out the foliage is gorgeous on begonias in general. So they're that kind of plant that, again, has got those sort of double attributes of great foliage, but then, of course, once the flower comes on top, then you get the contrast between the flower and the foliage. But yeah, these are just dead easy. Plant them, water them, feed them occasionally, and just enjoy them. And they'll keep going. If we didn't get any frost until Christmas Day, they would keep flowering until Christmas Day, as simple as that. The only thing that stops these in their tracks is frost. Absolutely.
Now, they are the Pro Plugs. Now, Pro Plugs, you saw me get them out there. They're just a bit smaller. So they do need growing on before you plant them out. But to be honest, even if we were bringing you these as larger plugs, you would still need to grow them on before you plant them out, because these do need protection from frost. So you wouldn't be planting these out into the garden right now.
No. What I would do with these again is, I mean, you plucked one out, didn't you, just there?
I did.
You've got this kind of little tiny plug plant there, that great root system on it. So I would just pop these on into some smaller pots. They don't have to be huge. It could just be,
If you've got the windowsill propagator kit, propagator kit would be absolutely perfect for these. You could probably go into 9-centimetre pots. They're a bit big, but they'll be fine. Just grow them on a windowsill somewhere, in your greenhouse. They just need protection from frost, and then you can plant them out and have summer-long, easy displays. Very, very simple, very easy to grow.
Anywhere with those as well.
Yeah, totally.
Simple.
Simple gardening. 490232 is the item number, and it's just £14.99, or £13.49 if you're in the club. You're saying daffs. I thought you meant daffodils. I was like, what? We're not talking about daffodils. No, we're going to go on to Daphne, the Daphne pink fragrance. And before we go any more...
That's divine, isn't it?
Oh, it's the most heaven. And you don't even need to get those. You don't even need to get that close. But oh my
that is
word.
Gorgeous.
The fragrance from a Daphne. Right, now I've got the Perfume Princess, which I love.
I've got that one, Perfume Princess
love
as well.
Perfume Princess.
Been flowering for about 3 months.
Big flowers, but it flowers for a much shorter time than this one, doesn't it?
Yes, this one has been bred to flower for a long time as well.
I need this one, because this keeps going for months, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's having its main flowering period now, but this one, once it's mature, once it's established, then it will keep popping out flowers throughout the summer and into the autumn. So not just sort of late winter, spring display, and then that's it. It will, a bit like wisterias and things do. It will, keep popping out flowers every so often. But yeah, the fragrance on that is divine, isn't it?
It's divine.
You've got that evergreen foliage as well, so it looks good all the year through. And Daphnes are nice because they have a lovely structure to them. They're kind of neat, compact, well-behaved, lovely shaped plants.
Yep.
They never really need pruning. They don't have any problems. They don't really succumb to pests or diseases. And what's really weird is, like the Perfume Princess Becca and I have got, is even when the weather is ridiculously freezing cold, or there's snow or frost or whatever, they just keep flowering, don't they? They just keep going. They just shrug it off, and they're not bothered. They're really not bothered.
I love them. I'm genuinely in love with Daphnes. I just think the fragrance that you get from those are incredible. Obviously, you can cut little bits of flower off. You can bring those in. You can use them as part of your cut flower displays. The fragrance you'll get from those indoors will be incredible. But I do think this is one, if you're keeping it outdoors, you want to plant it somewhere nearer to the house, nearer to where you're going to be able to take advantage of that fragrance. Though, to be honest, because it is such a heavenly scent, that will drift on the breeze. It'll waft across your garden. I highly recommend getting a Daphne in your, whatever variety, get a Daphne in your garden because they really are beautiful. 510732 is the item number. £8 saving. Wowzer.
Yeah, because Daphne...
$14.99 today.
Daphnes, again, they are very expensive. They're quite expensive to buy generally.
They're quite long-lasting, aren't they?
Yeah. They live a long, long time, Daphnes. The only thing Daphnes hate is being moved. So the important thing with this is, if you're going to put it in a pot, put it in a reasonable sized pot so it can stay there.
You don't have to keep changing it too often.
Find its final place in the garden, because if you do try and move them, they can show off a little bit if you try and move them. So
right, stop flowering.
Yeah, but they just don't like it. So just find that perfect place you want it to be.
Leave it.
Give it its forever home, if you like, and leave it.
Lovely. All right, definitely think about adding that one into your basket, and definitely think about adding some alliums into your basket. I grew these for the first time last year, and these are what I would say is your quintessential allium. These are the beautiful, tall balls of purple flowers that appear atop these really gorgeous, strong stems. I think that this is, once you grow an allium, you always want to grow them.
Yeah, there's loads. My other half...
There's mine.
Oh, look at that, Stu. That's brilliant. That's our producer. Oh, that is... Oh,
no,
look at the
mine.
bee. Oh, yours.
That's my flower. Stu put it in for me, though.
Oh, right.
But look, I put that video, I did this video. I've got so many videos on my phone of bees hopping around the alliums.
Oh, I like that.
Because they love them.
Your dog loves being in the pics as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's always there.
He's always there.
Lotus.
He's a bit of a camera tart, that dog, isn't he, really? Bless him. But yeah, I mean, that is just wonderful, isn't it? And the thing is, it's not just one flower, is it? I mean, it's hundreds of flowers at the top of one stem, giving that almost tennis ball kind of size flower head all in all. And even when that's finished flowering, you can leave them in, can't you? Because they have that great kind of dried flower structure, don't they?
Yeah, they look great.
That looks really, really good. And also what I like about alliums is the foliage dies down really, really quickly after they're flowered.
Sometimes it can be a bit ugly, can't it? Like you get that you're not growing alliums for the foliage, basically. You're not growing them for the foliage.
But it's not like, sometimes I love daffodils, but we all have that little love-hate relationship with daffodils.
Because you're waiting for the foliage to die off.
When it's the middle of May and they've still got leaves that are green, and you're thinking, die! I want to put my bedding plants in. I want you out the way.
I mowed it all because I've got them grown in my lawn, and I couldn't resist. I was like, do you know what? It's going to kill them, but fine. I need to mow my lawn.
But that's the good thing about alliums. And sometimes the foliage almost starts to die down before the flowers open out, so you don't have all that lanky foliage, dying and looking ugly. All you have are these spectacular, elegant, super strong stems. Well. In fact, I'm gonna have a little nose down there.
Yeah, I tried this morning.
Oh, are they still teasing us? Still teasing us.
I can't see a stem yet.
Oh, well.
No, I can in this one.
Oh, can you see that? Really? Is it there?
Yeah, it's totally there. Okay. Stu, can you get in here?
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Hang on, guys. You're going to be so excited when you see it. There it is. Can you see it?
Hey, look, there it is. Ah.
Right down the middle there. That stem is going to come up.
Now, if we're doing these next week, we've got to keep the same plants, haven't we? Because we can do a progress report.
Have you got one in the middle?
Oh, it's
Look at a
just,
spine
it
there.
is there, because if you feel the base of that stem, that is so
Oh yeah, it's solid.
solid, and so that's the bud. The bud is at the base of that stem there. So in another week or so's time,
Yeah, it's not there yet.
it will. I reckon by next Sunday, be able to see the buds on both of them.
I'm always on Allium Watch. Honestly, Allium Watch, there's a certain point in the year where you're just like, it's coming, and there was one of them, and it kind of unfurls, the flower, it just kind of unfurls from the top, and I was going out every day, and I was looking and taking progress pictures, and in the end, I was naughty, and don't do this.
Did you peel the bud open?
I peeled it.
Do you know what? I knew you was going to say that. I've done that with Agapanthus as well. In the end, I've had to kind of...
It just wasn't, and I was
I
like,
know.
come on. So I just gently, really, don't do it. Leave nature to do its own thing, but I did. I just peeled it open slightly, and then the next day, boom!
That's the magic of gardening. That's the magic of growing plants, because plants can sort of, they make us like kids again, don't they? They make us innocent again. They make us full of joy and glee and kind of happiness. And when you start, like seeing the bud on that just now, it's like, for a couple of weeks it's leaves, it's leaves, it's leaves.
I should send Stu the pictures. They're still on my phone when you can see this plant unfurling. Oh well, I'll send it to him.
But when you suddenly look and you see that bud, it's like, yes! It's like you've scored the winning goal, like in the World Cup. It's you just kind of, all of a sudden, and that's the great thing, about planting bulbs, because these come from bulbs. In fact, they're the onion family. That's what they are. When you plant bulbs, providing they're good quality bulbs, you've always got that little kind of embryonic flower in the middle of that bulb. So it's not like other things where they grow, and if you're lucky, they might flower, they might not. With a bulb, it's already in the middle. Yeah. So once you put it in the ground and nature does what nature does, then you will get a flower. That's what's so great about them. Yeah,
and you need to get these now, because I think if you were to buy out Purple Sensation bulbs now, I think it's a little bit late, isn't it? It's a bit too late.
Yeah, and the bulbs might be getting a bit soft and a bit dehydrated and a bit mildewy. So
yeah, so this is why we're bringing you the plants now. So these have already been started off. These are going to give you flowers. They're going to give you beautiful flowers, and they will come back for you every year as well. This is the beautiful thing about Purple Sensation, or Sensation, sorry, I should say. They are perennial. They will come back for you, and they're super easy to grow.
So, sunny, well drained. As I say, they will come at year after year, and they divide as well, so you can get sort of more of them. But definitely, if you watch the Chelsea Flower Show this year, you will see these in loads of gardens at the Chelsea Flower Show, because May, June time, that's when they're looking absolutely glorious.
I need to book my ticket for the Chelsea Flower Show.
You need to get it quick, Bex, because they sell out really quick.
I know. Well, I'm a member, so I can get in on Members Day.
Oh, good. And you get that reduced price as well. Reduced price.
Right, let's move on. We're going to move... Oh, cowslip. So this, I think this is super interesting. I think these are absolutely gorgeous. Love the foliage and love how these flowers rise up out the top of it. And these are really easy as well, aren't they?
They are easy. In fact, on the way in this morning, there was a roundabout just outside of Swaff from where I live, absolutely smothered in cowslips. I got down to the end of the A47, just past King's Lynn. There are all these huge embankments covered in thousands of cowslips. They are just such a divine, innocent, pure, sort of taking you back to your childhood kind of flower, and it's just so great this time of year to see these lovely yellow flowers innocently
kind of buttery yellow. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Just moving in the breeze, and you see the pollinating insects and the bees, and kind of gathering around them. Grow these in quite sort of damp conditions. They're good for shade. They're good for north-facing parts of the garden. They're good for sort of quite cool, damp, sort of wet soils. So if you've got a part of the garden where, like, north-facing can be an issue. I've got some primroses on the same family on the north-facing side of my garden, and they love it because it's cool, it's damp, it's always moist. They never get totally fried in the summer.
They'd love my clay soil then.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, they'll be great on that. Yeah. But once they're happy, they will seed about. Once you've planted these, you'll get more. You'll see little kind of tiny seedlings coming up. They'll make lovely little colonies. They spread between grass and other plants, and then once they finish flowering, the flowers die down a little bit. They sit quietly through the summer into the following autumn, and then next late winter, something like that, they start to get a little bit of vigour back again. start to throw up their little flower spike, and all over again they'll kind of welcome in spring with these wonderful petite but very pretty and delicate yellow flower heads.
Love them. They really sort of herald the start of spring, don't they? They're one of those that tell you spring is definitely here.
Absolutely.
560216 is your item number. You can double up here if you want to. So £9.99 for one, but if you want two of those, put two in your basket and enter the code and you'll get that extra savings. You'll get two for £14.98. Place your orders at YouGarden.com. That's where you go. You can watch us in a variety of places. You might be watching us on YouTube, you might be watching us on Facebook, you might be watching us directly via the website. I don't mind how you watch us, just so pleased to have your company. But maybe you're watching us on your phone or on your iPad. Have you got a smart television? Did you know that you could actually watch us on the big screen? Well, here you go. Here's Stu. A lot of you ask where Stu is. Here's Stu to tell you more about how you can do that.
Hi, I'm Stuart from YouGarden TV. And if you've got a smart television and you're not doing it already, you can probably watch our live shows on YouTube. There's a few ways of doing it. Let me show you how. So, if your TV is a smart TV, it'll have applications like iPlayer, like ITVX, and even if you've never used it before, you can use YouTube. All you have to do is open it up and search for YouGarden. So if you search YouTube using this magnifying glass here and type in YouGarden, it'll take us straight to the YouGarden channel. What you want to look for is that circle. Select that and we'll go straight to the YouGarden channel. And then if we're live, it's the first thing you'll see. Select on that and we're watching YouGarden TV. And if you're familiar with technology, you're slightly more advanced, you may even be able to send your picture straight from your smartphone to your TV. Once we've found the show on our smartphone, all we have to do is tap on the screen and look for that little symbol there. And that will show me if there's a television in my house that I can watch the programme on. Press on that TV and it'll broadcast it straight to my set. And the picture will appear on your big TV. Now, if this is all still a little confusing, or if you're not even sure if your TV can do this, just email us, ygtv@yougarden.com, and we'll do what we can to help you out. Thanks for watching.
I love, do you know what I just spotted on there? Thank you, Stu. That's a great video, by the way. But also right in the end of that clip, did you see in the background there was the femme fatale camellia on the clip? I love her. I think she's gorgeous.
Yeah, the one you destroyed on air.
Yeah. Shh. Right, so I hope that's helped a few of you to know that you can actually watch us on your big television. It's super easy to do. If you are struggling and you want to know more, just email Stu. Email him at ygtv@yougarden.com. He's super clever. He's really technical and completely understands these things, so he can help you. Hello, Amanda. You've just joined us, apparently. She just got back from church. Oh, I bet that was a lovely Easter Sunday service. Of course, Amanda already knows this because she watches us all the time. She's joined us with just about half an hour left, but she can always go back and watch the beginning of it. You can rewind the show if you're on YouTube. It'll also be loaded onto our website and on YouTube, so you can go in and you can access it and you can watch it again. There are loads of ways you can watch us, so if 4 hours is too much for you, and I completely understand, that's absolutely fine. Maybe you want to tune in for an hour and disappear for a while. You can always come back and watch the bits that you have missed. Right, let's tell you about our most popular item that has been for years here at YouGarden, and that is our premium professional compost, because this is the best compost in the business.
Oh, Joe, on a hot summer's day, I'd just like to kind of immerse myself in this.
I'm going to get a bathtub and fill it and then just sit in it. It'd be so cool.
Oh, but you just feel just the coolness and the softness and the yumptiousness of it all kind of.
Yumptiousness.
Oh, yeah.
There's a word.
It's, yeah, I mean, this is fantastic compost. Again, you know, we were saying earlier on, if we could, you know, get like 25 talking plants into a tasting studio and give them all different composts. I
called it a focus group. Stu called it a ficus group.
A ficus group. I like that. A ficus group. Whoa, that's fantastic. If they could speak, they would choose this compost. Honestly, they would. But you know, we're going to speak for them, and you've spoken for them already as well, because you've told us. Well, goodness me, somebody even sent a picture in some time ago of daffodils.
Yeah.
And they used this to plant daffodils, and they had daffodils that they'd incorporated some of this compost with, and daffodils they hadn't. and the difference was striking.
And that is incredible when you're talking about a daffodil bulb. Because it's a daffodil bulb. Daffodils will grow anywhere.
On a washing line,
exactly.
pretty much. Yeah, I mean,
so the fact that this guy had such an amazing difference growing daffodil bulbs really tells you, if you're thinking about growing something a little bit more specialist, a little bit more difficult, that should tell you everything. We'll have to recreate it for you somehow. But now, this is packed, isn't it, with amazing ingredients that we've refined over the years. And this isn't just a bunch of people going, oh, let's add a bit more of this. This is true horticultural experts, people that really do know what they're talking about, that have made this recipe.
Absolutely. This, first thing to say, this is a peat reduced compost as well. And this was a peat reduced compost many, many years ago, before other people were creating peat reduced composts. But what we've got in here actually holds on to the moisture as well. So whenever your plants need to draw on the moisture, there's moisture being held in this compost, which is so important. But of course, you don't want a compost that's going to stay too wet, too heavy, too claggy. So there's composted wood fibre in here. That keeps the compost nice and open, which is brilliant for a number of reasons. First of all, it lets the roots penetrate down through the compost. It lets the air and the oxygen get down to the roots of the plants. And it lets the water percolate through so it doesn't become waterlogged. Slow release fertiliser in here that's going to feed your plants for up to 6 months. There's a wetting agent in here. So this compost, I think this is a made up word as well. It's not what I call hydrophobic. It loves water. It kind of wants to absorb water. It's sort of like kitchen towel, really. So if it does dry out, if you've been away for a long period of time, sometimes, I don't know, you've gone away for a couple of weeks and you've asked somebody to water your plants, but they've not quite understood how much water's needed. And you've come back hoping to see your pots and tubs looking amazing, and it's like, what's happened?
Yeah. I know, when I go away, I get the kids down the street to water, and I always come back thinking they're just going to have gone like that. Yeah. That's not watering, is it?
No. And if all those plants are like kind of all drooping over. Well, with some compost, you go to water it and the water just runs straight off the side, doesn't it? And no matter what you do, you can't get that compost wet, so then you're trying to put everything in giant buckets and overnight. Well, this compost absorbs moisture very quickly, so you can, in an emergency situation, rehydrate those plants so quickly. Yeah. It's pH balanced as well, so that gives you the widest range of plants that you can grow in this. And the 5-star reviews, the experience of so many people, my experience, Beck's experience, Sean's experience, we've proven it.
Yeah, and you have as well. Thank you so much to all of you that write reviews on this, because, a product that is backed by so many amazing reviews from real people, customers, really does tell you how good this compost is. There are so many people that say it's their gold star product. They'll never use another compost again. So I do urge you to try this. If you've never tried it, just order one lot. Just order one lot for now and give it a go. I think I can promise you that you will never go back to another compost. It is that good. 100125 is your item number. It's got to be good. It's the compost we use here at the nursery. And we've been in business for a long time now. If we didn't use something quality, we wouldn't still be in business, would we? You get 2 50-litre bags. It's just £22.48 if you are in the club. Because remember, you get 10% discount on plants, on pots, and your compost when you join our discount club. So if you think about it, it costs £5 to join the club. That lasts you for a full 12 months. If you place an order for 2 lots of compost today, that's pretty much earned you your money back for joining the club. Just in that one order, you'll have earned your money back, thereabouts. So for 12 months, you'll soon start earning loads and loads of money with the savings that you can make here at YGTV. Right, where do you want to go next?
See, I never think of savings. I always think of more plant buyings.
Yeah, exactly. Forget about how much you're going to save. Think about what else you're going to be able to buy.
Because if I walked into a garden centre with 100 quid, and then it turned out with discount I could only need to spend 60 quid, I'd go back in and spend the other 40 quid on more plants. I wouldn't take the £40 home. I've got like £140 worth of plants now.
More. All right, so that is the details for the compost. I'm going to give you a little reminder of some of the things that you've seen. Adam's going to change the table over and we're going to do our last table of the show, because we'll be finishing in about 20
It's gone quick today.
Minutes.
It's flown past.
It's gone really quick, hasn't it? Right, so grab your pens and papers if you're thinking about placing an order. We're going to start off with the Lupins, the Gallery collection. So 3 different colours included in here. They are a lovely shorter variety. That's what the gallery collection means. So lupins can traditionally get 3-4 feet in height. They can get a bit tall, they can get a bit leggy, they can need a bit of staking. That's not the case with the gallery collection. We're talking maybe a couple of feet maximum, so no staking included. Great foliage at the bottom there. So it's not just about the flowers. This is a, foliage and flower plant that you're getting. Herbaceous, so it'll disappear, but it'll come back for you year after year. Incredibly reliable. 560709 is the item number. Basically a half price deal for you on that one. £13.47 if you're in the club. Right, another one that's got 3 included is the Patio Clematis collection, the Boulevard series, bred by world-renowned Raymond Everson. He was a world-renowned breeder. I think he received an OBE or something back in 2000 for his breeding work. And this collection has been bred. I love that one. That's the one I've got. Olympia, that one's called, but you don't have to choose, you get all 3. He bred these to be a more compact version of clematis. Clematis can get to 3-4 metres in height and often flowers right up at the top, so the flowers disappear over the fence into your neighbour's garden. With the Patio Clematis collection, it only grows to about 1 metre, so somewhere between 3 and 4 feet in height, but it flowers along the length of the stems, and you get full-size flowers as well. They're not smaller flowers. They are absolutely gorgeous, and you've got a £10 saving here today. 550371 is the item number. Just make sure you enter the code, otherwise you won't get those savings, and we want you to get those savings. Now, an idea for what you can plant it in. So this is the Eclipse square planter with the cage trellis. So it's a 25 centimetre square, and then you've got the 60 centimetre trellis on there. It's not massive, okay? And I've said that the clematis will reach about 1 metre in height. But this is the perfect planter because the clematis will climb around it. And what you'll end up with is like this beautiful sort of pyramid of colour. It is a double-up deal, so you can get 2 of these with that extra saving. So you get 2 for £14.98. If you want 1 for each of the clematis, then obviously add 3 into your basket. If you want to add a 4th in for an extra saving, then obviously you can as well. 130133 is your item number. Make sure you're entering the code. YGTV1324 is the code for this week, and that is what unlocks all of the deals. The double ups, the buy one get one frees, the savings, but also enters into your basket the beautiful free gift, a free gift with purchase, the Sarah Bernhardt peony. Now the Power Daisies, love this colour combination, that tango orange, that bright yellow. They are gorgeous, aren't they? Now these are 12 jumbo plug plants, so these are sort of the biggest size we do, I think, as far as plug plants are concerned, the jumbos. £24.98 for 12 of them. Huge saving at £9 there. £22.48 if you're in the club, but these are going to flower all summer long. They're in flower now. The ones that we've got here in the potting shed, there's a couple of yellow flowers on there, so these are going to burst into bloom pretty much as soon as you get them home, and they'll just keep going right the way through into the first frosts, basically. So depending on where you live, we could be talking 6-7 months worth of colour right the way through, maybe into November. 480393 is your item number. Now Daphne is proving to be very popular, and I'm not surprised, because the fragrance from a Daphne is just unmistakably beautiful. How that's going to waft and fill your garden with fragrance over these summer months, I think will be just, it'll be divine. It's going to be one of the plants that they delight for the eyes as well as for the nostrils as well. These will keep flowering throughout the summer. This one in particular will keep flowering throughout the summer for you as well. And a fantastic saving here, £8 saving, £14.99. 510732 is the item number. Excuse me. Now we've got our Pansy Cool Wave, not begonia Sahara. We'll change that for you. But no, that's the Buddleia Berries and Cream. There we go. Pansy Cool Wave Berries and Cream Mix. These are garden ready plants, and they truly are garden ready because these are properly hardy. They're hardy down to about minus 25, so you don't need to worry about these ones. These can get planted out right now. Now pansies, you know, they'll give you some gorgeous flowers right through until where it gets really hot. They don't particularly like the height of summer. They don't die or anything. They just, you know, don't throw out as many flowers. But then once it starts to cool down again, then you get this just amazing range of colours. These purples, these lilacs, the velvet. That one is just stunning, isn't it? It looks like a gorgeous velvet dress. 410112 is your item number, and we have got a £2 saving on there as well. 10 garden ready plants, £11.69 if you are in our discount club. Right, the rhododendron Nova Zembla. We showed you this earlier. You heard from Dave the Plant Man and Sean when they were here last week. It is beautiful. We love a rhododendron, those gorgeous, glossy, sort of evergreen leaves you get. But then the flower display from a rhododendron, I just think is so stunning. You know, they look like fake flowers. They look like beautiful silk flowers, but they're not. They're absolutely real. Now, this is one of the ones that does require the ericaceous compost. So beautiful if you've got acid soil already in your garden. If you need some ericaceous compost, then do go on our website, type in Eric into the search bar, and it will come up for you. £5 saving on there as well. £14.99 or £13.49 if you are in the club. Now then, we're going to show it to you live again very soon, but one of the most popular items on the show is the Euphorbia, the Miner's Merlo. I know why this is so popular, because I have this in my house, in my garden. It is standout, it is glorious, it is the one... Well, it's one of the plants in the garden that really does draw your attention. Honestly, this picture does it no justice whatsoever. Stick around and have a look when we show you the video of the one in my garden, because it is stunning. And Lorraine sent us a picture of hers as well. It is beautiful. 3 9cm pots included. Half price deal, £14. There it is. Thank you, Stu. Look, that is mine in my garden. Can you see what I mean? It is stunning. You can see the flowers coming out there. They're sort of yellowy, limey green colour. And you can see how many buds there are waiting for those flowers to come out. The contrast between that dark foliage and those gorgeous flowers is incredible. And I've done nothing to that. In a year, I planted it. I think you see there's a bit just at the back there, probably needs a little prune now. It's looking a bit straggly at the back, but that's it. I planted it a year ago and I've done absolutely nothing to it, and look at it, it is stunning. Look at the ladybirds in there as well, they love it, honestly. And we want ladybirds in our garden because they eat all the nasty pests, don't they? They'll eat the aphids and all of those things, won't they?
You do, yeah, kind of like your biological control.
Biological control, exactly. 511386 is the item number, and you're going to get 3 of those. My top tip for the show, please go for that one, because I think it's one of the best ones that you can add into your garden. Right, Adam is back with us. He's changed he's changed everything over on that table, so we're going to go... oh, God, we're going to have to go quick. Right, we're going to talk about lilies.
Lilies, yeah, wow.
He's not saying yes, but let's do it. OK, lilies, just making sure.
Fragrance, stature, you think of weddings, you think of cut flowers, you think of kind of purity and things like that when you look at lilies as well, just that kind of pure white colour.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
They are, yeah. And
well, the good thing about white lilies as well is that it really doesn't matter on the colour scheme in your garden.
No.
Like I'm a bit of a chuck it all in, love all the colours, love it all mixed up together, but some people have, you know, specific colour schemes. You can't really go wrong with white.
No, and if you've got a white garden, because, yeah, that's a lot of people do grow just white gardens. Wow, white lilies. They're a must, aren't they, really? And lilies come up year after year after year. They're a bulb that's once established will last many, many, many years. Generally, what they like is their bulbs to be in nice, cool, damp, moist soil. And they like their flowers up in the sun. So you can plant them kind of, sort of, these ones probably about mid-border-ish, because then they'll grow up and through your perennials, give you some more colour. But look at that, Bex. I mean, already got a great big fat juicy bud growing on the top of that one as well. So down in that bulb there will be a flower. These will give you some flower this year. It's probably sort of late, mid to second half of the summer-ish. That's when you'll get them flower this year. And because they'll be slightly delayed because it's the first year they're going in, but once they get themselves established this year, next year they'll come up slightly earlier. They might have 2 or 3 stems per bulb. Of course, each stem is going to produce perhaps half a dozen, 7, 8, 9 flowers. In the picture you can see there, even though a lot of them are in full flower, you can still see there are buds just opening.
Yeah.
There are some buds that are still really tightly closed. So you're going to get a good 4 to 6 weeks out of these. But at night time, just when it falls dark and you get the fragrance of these, oh, it is just such a gorgeous, sweet, delicious fragrance. Absolutely lovely.
Yeah, I love them. I'm definitely going to get some of those because I've planted the lily landinis, which are the really dark ones, the almost black lilies that we've got. So I'm going to get these, hopefully put them in the right pot because I've no idea which pot I put the lily landinis in, but I'll guess. And I'm going to plant these together because I think that monochromatic black and white together is going to look fantastic. 650019 is the item number that you need if you're going to go for the lilies. You can get 10 for £9.99, or if you double up, you can get 20 for £14.98. Put 2 in your basket if you want to double up. Just make sure you enter the code. The offer code is vitally important in order to unlock any of your deals, savings, buy one, get ones, buy one, get 2. Enter a free gift into your basket because we always give you something free with every single purchase. Good morning, no, good afternoon to new viewer Ron. Thank you so much for joining us. What's the chat telling everyone to do? Join the club! Yes, absolutely. We have a YouGarden discount club. It genuinely is. Oh, excuse me. Totally worth joining this club. It costs you £5 to join. That is on the auto renewal. We're all having a cough. That is on the auto renewal. Okay, so that you can cancel it at any time, but it will automatically renew every single year at £5. Even if we put the price of the club up, as long as you haven't cancelled your subscription, you will always pay just £5 once a year. The reason we want you to join the club is because you're going to get 10% discount off every plant and accessory order. That's all the plants on the show. That's the pots on the show. That includes the compost as well. We also have an outdoor living and gifts sort of section where you can get an extra 5% discount off those. We can't give you the full 10% because just the margins don't allow for it, but you can still get 5% discount off those. You can get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to use throughout the year as well. Free money! We love a bit of free money, absolutely. You can get offers, advice, you can get competitions, you can get all sorts of things. 40,000 members. We have over 40,000 members of this club. So genuinely, those numbers should be able to tell you sort of why this is an amazing discount club. You can almost earn the cost of the club back in one order. If you place 2 lots of compost, you've pretty much paid for that club membership and it lasts for the full 12 months. So yeah, do join our club. If you are brand new to us, Ron, for example, you're brand new to us. We are here every Sunday, 10 until 2 o'clock. We also broadcast on a Wednesday, 10 until 1 o'clock. But if you can't join us live, you can always watch the shows back. They are available on YouTube. They are available on Facebook. We always upload them. If the show is in existence, it means that the offer and the code is still available. It is valid. So you can always go back and watch shows at your leisure as well. We love it when you join us live, though, because we love having a bit of interaction. You send us pictures, you ask us questions, you send us comments. We love all of that. Okay, so let's move on. Sedum. Now, along with the Euphorbia, this one is another one. And actually, we were saying the Euphorbia and the Sedum together would be a perfect combination.
Yeah, once you seed them, you love them at the end of the day. I mean, they are just absolutely stunning plants. And I just love the fact that they've got all that different coloured foliage on there as well. These are not 3 different plants in a pot. These, how these plants grow, they kind of change colour as they mature. So, yeah, the older foliage takes on that kind of green colour with the lovely variegation around the edge. The younger foliage has got that sort of slightly different colour, and then to boot the fact that they're evergreen and they've got all this different coloured foliage on top of that, then they also flower as well. They have little kind of tiny sort of yellow flowers which are just absolutely amazing. Super drought tolerant, growing really hot, dry, sunny, windy positions. Great for rock gardens, scree gardens, gravel gardens. Great for kind of growing by the seaside. Just a really tough bomb-proof plant. That's very wet, that one.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. But, I mean, they don't actually need to be wet. These plants can survive being really dry. Stone crops. Actually, there's a number of native species that grow in the UK. And when you see where they grow naturally, they grow on the tops of dry stone walls. They grow on dry, super dry verges at the edges of roads. They are a plant that will take the most amazing amount of punishment, but for a small plant, it has so much stature and so much to offer, and it's just, you know, so glorious, such a lovely plant.
It's an incredibly versatile plant. I definitely recommend adding those. They're in my garden. I'm going to move one so that it goes to the with the Euphorbia as well. 560609 is your item number, and you will get all three of those in a massive saving. £17 saving. It's absolutely incredible. Just make sure you put the code in, YGTV1324. It's really important, otherwise you're going to pay full price. And I don't want you to pay full price. I want you to get those savings. Another one that's been incredibly popular for us, and I think it's because it's amazing value. You're getting one absolutely free here, but also it's a Mediterranean beauty. It makes you feel like you're on holidays. It's long flowering, it's evergreen. There's so much going on for this.
There is Bex as well, and also for various reasons there was a bit of a kind of a drought of oleanders, if you like, or like a what's the word I'm trying, like a famine, like a shortage
we couldn't get them,
of oleanders for a few years for various reasons. So now they're back. Everybody's got a real hunger for them, and these plants are stunning. We showed you the brilliant root system these have got really stout, strong stems. They've got evergreen, shiny foliage. They're already flowering as well, so you're going to get that out of the box colour, and they're going to keep flowering all the way through the summer. Hardy down to about -5. Do we have the lifetime guarantee on these? Do they have the little
I don't think we do. I mean, they're winter hardy down to about -5.
Yeah, about -5. But you know, the more mature they get, the hardier they get as well. So if you're in a really, really cold area, grow them in a pot, and then you can just, you know, take them in and shelter them for the winter. They don't need to be warm, just barely above freezing is fine.
Yeah.
But you know, I've noticed in recent years oleanders appearing more and more around the UK and getting bigger and bigger and more established. My mum has got one outside her back door that's been there 5 or 6 years, and every summer it's a double pink one. It's just absolutely smothered in flowers every year. It's absolutely amazing, gorgeous.
Yeah, they are gorgeous, and they come to us from the best breeder. They're from Sicily. They're a family-based company. There's a waiting list to get to work with them, but we work with them, and they are absolutely brilliant. The quality of these is incredible. 680027 is the item number. Now look, if you go to the website, look, you can get one for $29.99 or two for $54.98. Now, didn't I just say that it's a buy one get one free? Yes, I did. Have a little look at this. Put one in your basket. Down there where it says, do you have an offer code? Yes, you do. YGTV1324. Apply the code. Look at the magic. Now you get a free gift with purchase, and every single purchase, okay? This is not one per customer, this is one per order. So if you want a couple of different items, apparently somebody's placed 3 compost orders separately.
Wise owl,
so now they're going to get 3 peonies. Love it. That is the perfect way to do it. It's one per order. Of course, and you've got your free oleander bush in that particular example there. If you want to get multiples of the free gift, then you are welcome to place multiple orders. But do remember that if you can get your order to over £40, then you will also get free postage. The reason that person placed 3 orders of compost is that is one item that's got postage included. So they've got the compost, they've got their oleander, and they haven't paid any postage.
And that's £30 worth of
£30
peonies.
worth of peony.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That's the way to do it. Right, moving on to the Euphorbia, the Miner's Merlo. This is my top tip, my absolute love it, standout plant in my garden right now. I think it's probably the one, other than my tulips. Oh, and my bowls mauve, the Erissimum bowls mauve, which always looks amazing. So Euphorbia is the one that really stands out at the minute.
You're euphoric about your
Euphorbia. I'm euphoric about my Euphorbia.
Yeah, and I don't blame you, Bex, either, because this is a stunning plant. First of all, let's say this is a super drought-tolerant plant. This is a plant that quite happily grows on poor soils. It's really totally undemanding about what sort of soil it grows on. It will grow in full sun. It will grow in dappled shade. It has this foliage all the year through, so even in the middle of winter, it still looks interesting. It's still got something to give. And then, this time of year, as the spring approaches, as the days get longer, it throws out these flower shoots. And ordinarily, if you saw those flowers on another shrub, ordinarily, you could miss those flowers. Those flowers perhaps wouldn't really catch your eye.
Yeah.
But when they're highlighted...
You're so right.
Yeah, by this incredible deep chocolate, or
Yeah.
I guess Merlot wine-coloured foliage, then all of a sudden those flowers really pop. They really stand out.
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
It's dramatic, isn't it, this plant?
511386 is your item number. You are going to get 3 of those. It is the most popular item on the show, and you can see why. The video you saw was my one. That other picture we showed you, thank you, Lorraine, for sending that in. £14.97. It is a half-price deal. All 3 of those included for you. Where are we going? I'm sorry, I missed it, Stu.
Off to the Tayberry, I think, are we? Tayberry?
Oh, no, Pieris.
Oh, Pieris. Oh.
Right in front of you. The Pieris collection is an incredible one, a wonderful foliage plant, but you get lovely flowers on here as well.
Yeah, these are super long-lived, and I think... Oh!
June!
Oh, my God.
I'm coming round, I'm so sorry. I need to see the picture quickly. June has had this for 30 years. And look at that.
That is amazing.
She's taking that picture right now as well, isn't she? That is... Look at the colours. You're getting the beautiful, fresh, pink, bright pink foliage. And look at those flowers. Those flowers are absolutely incredible. And do you know what? She's up in Scotland. She's up in Perthshire.
See, that doesn't surprise me, because up in that part of Scotland, they do have huge areas of really acidic soil.
Wow.
And that is obviously in very acidic soil there, and absolutely loving it. And they kind of like quite damp conditions as well, quite damp, cool, not super sunny conditions. So, I'm not saying Scotland's like that all the time, but that cooler, damper sort of climate with that acid soil it's nirvana for a Pieris. But that doesn't preclude you from growing it in other parts of the country as well, because if you haven't got that acid soil...
I'm a bit blown away by that picture, honestly. I'm like...
Yeah, I've never seen one that tall, to be honest. That's I've seen some as kind of as tall as myself, and not as bushy, but that's
incredible.
That is magnificent. That is probably, that is getting near to how they would grow in the wild in their natural state. I've never seen one that large, growing that big in the UK.
That's beautiful.
But you don't need to worry about having acid soil, because these make fantastic pot plants, and you can use ericaceous compost to grow them in. Great thing about this collection is not only do you get the spectacular flowers, those huge clusters of lantern-like flowers that hang down. Each one of these 3 varieties we're bringing you has got slightly different coloured new leaves that pop out this time of year in those glorious sort of hues of pinks and reds, and then as the leaves mature they turn green. But they'll keep doing that year after year. And there's actually one of the varieties, it's Flaming Silver.
Or Mountain Fire.
Flaming Silver has that permanent white variegation around the edge of the leaf as well. So that will always have sort of a mixture of leaf colours. Whereas with the other ones, the colour gradually turns and becomes green later in the year. But you don't have to wait very long, because these are really busy plants. Sort of late winter, they'll already start to produce their new growth tips, and once they pop this time of year, you get the drama all over again.
All right, well, you're getting all 3 of those included: the Forest Flame, the Flaming Silver, the Mountain Fire, and a huge saving, £17, just £12.97 or £11.67 in the club. 511126 is the item number that you need. Just a little quick one for you is on the kitchen bay item here, because this one, it's super cute. It's £7.99. I love my bay bush in my garden. I love being able to go outside and pick those bay leaves as and when I want to use in my cooking. I love bay in my cooking, honestly. But it's a gorgeous bush to have outside anyway, because it's evergreen, it's easy to grow. It's Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit holder. That smell is delicious.
I'm really hungry at the moment, and when you
that makes me think of bolognese.
Oh yeah, it just makes you feel Italian food. That's what it reminds me of. Just like gorgeous.
So £7.99 if you want to add that into your basket. 750047 is your item number, and I think where we're going to finish our show is on the Tayberry, because this one is also an amazing price. This one is also £7.99. Am I right? Yeah, £7.99 for the Tayberry, or £7.19 if you're in the club. And for a plant that's well established, it's got new canes and it's got old canes. It's likely to fruit this year. That's incredible.
It will be. The only thing I just say, why didn't they call it a blaseberry? Because it's rather than a Tayberry, because it's a cross between a blackberry and a raspberry. I'd have called it a blaseberry.
Yeah,
but,
why not?
The great thing about this plant is already flowering as well. So we've got the mature wood from last year that's given you the flowers for this year, that's given you the fruit for this year. But in addition to that, look. The new canes are already coming from the base that are going to give you your fruit for next year. This is a plant that's doing two things at once. This is a plant that is incredible value.
Old cane.
This is a super daft, healthy, stonkingly good quality plant. And if I just pull it out the pot again quickly, look at the root system on that. I mean, look at that.
I'm going to give this a go this year.
That is gorgeous.
If you are thinking about starting your grow your own journey, or you want to add something a little bit different, a little bit unique in there, then this is the one to do, because the price we've got on here right now is incredible at £7.99. Super easy to grow. You might want something to grow them up. We have the tower pot deal where you can get 2 tower pots at a bit of a saving, so it might be worth doing that. 310062 is the item number. Just make sure you enter the code YGTV1324 when you place your order, because any deal that we've got, I think every item has got a deal of some kind, whether it's a saving, a buy one get one, a double up deal, a buy one get 2 free, a free postage over 40. All of this is unlocked by entering that code, and of course you get your free gift, the Sarah Bernhardt peony, for every single order that you place. Adam, thank you so much.
Been a blast. Thanks, Becca. Happy Easter to you.
Happy Easter to you.
Happy Easter, everyone at home.
Happy Easter to you. Sean will be on QVC tomorrow morning from the potting shed, which is a bit of a new thing. He's going to be broadcasting into QVC from here in the potting shed during the 9 o'clock show. So do please tune in and support him on there. We will also be back in the potting shed on Wednesday from 10 o'clock. I haven't seen the show lineup yet. I'm so excited to get those details. And that's all there is left to say. I hope you're having a wonderful Easter. I hope you're spending a little bit of time out in the garden. Do get outside. It's a wonderful place to be. Enjoy your Easter dinner. Are you having lamb for dinner? Ooh. See you soon, guys. Bye.